Let's talk about Jamaica. Let's talk business. Let's talk opportunity. Manpower. And stability. Let's talk infrastructure. And location. Let's talk about manufacturing. Agriculture, energy, logistics, business process outsourcing, and tourism. Let's talk about your business. Let's talk vision and growth. Let's talk success. Now is no Jamaica. Enough talk. Let's do business. Do business Jamaica. You know
Good morning, everyone. We thank you so much for your patience. A sunshiny morning from the Pearl of the Caribbean, Jamaica, land we love. I just love how we're fans of this country. Can we get another woo? You know, they have a social media saying that says, can you imagine not being a Jamaican? But we have some Jamaicans that we've adopted inside here, because once you get into the island, you're now a Jamaican. You're leaving here officially a Jamaican. So if you're born a non-Jamaican, feel no way about it. You are now a Jamaican. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you all to this day 2 of the Agri-Business Investment Forum, Sustainable Agribusiness, Global Reach, Local Impact. We had a wonderful day yesterday and nights of good food and musical festivities at our soiree. Anybody was at a soiree last night? We had a good time. Today is poised to be as impactful. A very special welcome if you're just joining us for the first time at this conference, or if it is your first visit to Jamaica. Do we have anybody here for the very first time? One person there in the back. Well, I do hope that you get a chance to touch, taste, feel, and take a little piece of Jamaica with you back home. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this day, we ask that we all stand for the playing of our national pearl. We call it our national anthem. It will be sung by the multi-talented international singer, Mr. Steve Higgins. say thank you so much to Mr. Steve Higgins for that beautiful rendition of our national anthem. I know, as I said it yesterday, we don't normally clap after the national anthem, but when you see our Minister Alvin Hill turning his head to the left and looking at Steve and being like, oh my gosh. Round of applause. Can we all give Mr. Higgins a round of applause, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to especially acknowledge our Honorable Minister, the Honorable Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. Senator, the Honorable Alvin Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Our members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, Mrs. Sansia Bennett Temple, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Mr. Vivian Scully, CEO of the Jamaica Agri-Investment Corporation, Mrs. Tricia Williams Singh, or Deputy Chair of the Jamaica Agri-Investment Corporation. We have with us this morning as well, Ms. Alexandra P. Davis, Commissioner of the Broward County, Florida, USA, and representative of Florida International Trade and Cultural Regional Partnerships. Again, joining us today, we have Mr. Orville Hill, General Manager, Finance, Procurement and Standards at the Jamaica Social Investment Fund and the team at JSIP. Good morning. You can clap them, yes, they're a hard-working team. Mrs. Clara Soot, Agricultural Specialist at the World Bank. We have with us Dr. David Lowe, Managing Director at the Jamaica Development Bank. Ms. Gillette Cox, our President at JAMPRO. Ms. Kelly Dawn Hamilton, CEO of the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Agency. Dr. Kerry Wallace, Executive Director at the Tourism Enhancement Fund. Other heads of agencies. Mr. Dave Fairman, Vice President of the Best Dressed Chicken Jamaica Broilers Group. Other corporate partners, special guests, or media. We are streaming online, and I do believe that we have an outside broadcast coming to us through Nationwide. And so we say, ladies and gentlemen, everyone here, lovers of agriculture and Jamaica, good morning. We don't sound like we love Jamaican agriculture. Let's do it again. Lovers of agriculture and Jamaica, good morning. That sounds a lot better. My name is Deborah Bassoon. I have the honor of being your host for this, or day 2, or final day of what has been a truly fulfilling first staging of the Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum, and I do believe the team here deserves a big, rousing round of applause for what they have done in the first year. Yesterday we heard from our speakers, we had 2 robust panel discussions, we had a number of information sessions covering a vast range of opportunities available right here in Jamaica in our agricultural sector. And today, we are going to be having an even better day. And to set the day for us, at this time we invite to the stage our CEO of the Agri-Investment Corporation, Mr. Vivian Scully. Please make him welcome.
Thank you, David, for that introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. With all protocols observed, it is my privilege to welcome you to the final day of 2 jam-packed days of the Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum. So, over the past 2 days, we have seen strong ideas, several practical solutions, and a renewed sense of what agriculture will mean for Jamaica's economy and for global markets. This morning, I especially want to acknowledge our Minister, the Honorable Floyd Green, the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. His consistent support for this conference has helped us bring together the right mix of partners, investors and farmers. Minister, your belief in the role of agriculture as a driver of growth and your leadership of the ministry has been central to what we're building here. I also want to welcome Senator, the Honorable Alvin Hill. Minister of Industry, Investments and Commerce, who continues to be a tireless advocate for exports, for investment, and for MSMEs in agribusiness. His voice has been critical in ensuring that agriculture is not just seen as primary production, but as a platform for value-added exports and global competitiveness. And he's been on the road tirelessly, making that case across several countries, with several agencies, and with several exporters. Now, one of the most important outcomes of this forum is the launch of the Agri-Invest Deal Book. It's a practical guide to the opportunities available right now in our sector. It's not just a brochure, it's a pipeline of projects, investments around infrastructure, production, and agro-processing. These opportunities can change the face of agriculture. It will attract capital and create wealth for Jamaicans. We also heard from speakers and panelists sharing insights on projects and their successful marketing strategies. As we move into today's sessions, the focus will be on taking conversations we've had and translating them into commitments. Commitments that will strengthen our investment flow, expand our access into global markets, and deliver real results on the ground for our farmers, our agro-processors, and for our exporters. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here, and let's make today not just the closing of the conference, but the start of the next phase of building Jamaica's agricultural future. Thank you.
And we say a big thanks to Mr. Vivian Scully, our CEO of the Agri-Investment Corporation. Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we invite to the stage our newly reappointed minister, Senator, the Honorable Alvin Hale, our Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce.
You know, well, let me start off where they say I must start off. The Honorable Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. Good to be back with you in Cabinet, Mr. Green. Congratulations on your very, very worthwhile win in arguably the best parish in the country, in South West St. Elizabeth. Them send all kind of people to come look after you down there, and boy, just bust them up and come right back. Give them a round of applause, please. And a round of applause, because Minister Green is one of those ministers which he has a very clear mandate from the Prime Minister to be part of the growth enterprise of this country going forward. So, Floyd, I'm very happy that you're here, and I look forward to working with you. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, good to see you all here, and we will be visiting you, Shalette Cox and myself, Shalette, who runs Jamro, and you heard her yesterday. We'll be visiting you at some time in the near future. His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Richard Vernon, the Mayor of Montego Bay, Mr. Vivian Scully, Chief Executive Officer of Jamaica Agri-Invest Corporation. Vivian, thank you for putting this together. I see another very important player in this game, Dr. David Lowe, who is the head of DBJ. You're going to be twinned with Vivian, that's in agriculture, and naturally, you're going to be twinned with us, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. They'll be twinning all over the place. Miss Alexandra Davis. She is visiting us as the Commissioner of Broward County, Florida, and representative of the Florida International Trade and Cultural Regional Partnerships. Broward is very, very close to Jamaica. Lots of Jamaicans live in Broward. We're happy to have you here, Ms. Davis, and we're very pleased that you're sharing and looking to partner with us. Welcome to Jamaica again. Yes, give her a round of applause, please. Diaspora leaders and partners, wherever you're coming from, we're happy to have you. Business leaders and other members of the private sector, sponsors of this forum, media practitioners, I understand nationwide is here with us, and we're happy to have them, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just this last month, Jamaica held its 19th general election. I recognize that this is an investment forum, but there are many reasons why you must invest in Jamaica. We had our 19th general election last month. It was observed by the Organization of American States, Electoral Observation Mission, and others from the society and elsewhere in the Caribbean. Their preliminary report commended the Jamaican people for civic maturity and the calm, orderly conduct of voting in our last election. They praised our electoral officials, polling staff and security forces for their professionalism and highlighted the efficient tallying of swift announcement results. No next day business, no chats, no nothing. We vote, you put your hand in the ink, we count the vote, and I understand maybe by 8:30, one radio station was calling it. That is efficiency and good. And then, also by 10 o'clock, whoever loses concedes and whoever wins says thank you very much. So, the Jamaica Labour Party, of which Minister Green and I are members, won, and we thank the Jamaican people for saying to Prime Minister Andrew Moses, we like how you've run this country in the past number of years, 10 years, we're going to give you a third term. We don't take that lightly, we give you thanks. And because we're Jamaicans, Eternal Father, bless our land. We give thanks to God as well for having a good election that went cleanly and went well. Why am I talking to you about that? Because the EOJ not only did a good job, but this is the kind of work and the type of democratic maturity they want to see. Jamaica is a country where democracy is mature. Yes, we're young in terms of 60-something years, 63 years, 64 years. Jamaica is a country where democracy is mature. Institutions are trusted. Our electoral commission is very well respected. People come from across the world, not just to see our athletes and our music, but to look at how we run elections in this country. I am very proud that that is an investment invitation to people who want to invest in this country. So, the institutions are trusted, transitions are orderly and timely, and political stability is guaranteed. That is exactly what investors witnessed when Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Moses was sworn in for the third term and was already at work the very next morning. Everything about Jamaica's democracy gives confidence and comfort to local and foreign investors, and our democratic traditions and practices have become a model to countries in the region and around the world. Yes, they do come to look at us and see how we've done it, how we did it quite badly in the 80s, changed it, and now we're a model for people to come and see. So not only our democracy is solid, it's robust, it's rocking of course, and our athletes, we all know, are punching above our weight in Tokyo. We have #1 1 2 in the men, and number 2, the 19-year-old in the women's 100. We are punching above our weight. But I want to tell you something else. Our strong economy, which is why you're here. But I want you to understand there are other things around which you should be here for. You can take back to your countries where you go and see, look at how Jamaicans run their democracy. But our economy, our strong economy, political stability, strategic location, and ever-improving infrastructure. If you came here 3 years ago and didn't come back until just now, you never recognize the infrastructure that we put in around the island, and it's just getting better every day. It makes a very strong case for investing in Jamaica and investing in agriculture in Jamaica, and I'm going to tell you why. For the past 10 years, 8 or 9 of those years, no new taxes, all those budgets, no new taxes. I challenge you to find a non-oil country around the world where you can say that we don't have oil, we have a small country, and we have not raised taxes in 10 years. Jamaica, like our athletes, stand tall. We have historic low unemployment. When the Prime Minister came to take over the government in 2016, unemployment was around 14%. If anybody at that time, when I joined the Prime Minister, I was then a senior advisor to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Alder Shaw. If somebody had asked me at that time, where do you think unemployment would be in 2025? I would have kind of sheepishly said 7% and changed the subject. Because if I had said 3.3%, they'd say, what on earth the Prime Minister does a man? We're going to put this man to work in government for. What do you mean by 3.3%? Well, look at us now. 3.3% is where we are. That's amazing when you think about that. We don't have oil. We don't have any gold, but we manage an economy well. Boy, I have had the privilege of serving with a Prime Minister in a cabinet that's arguably the best this country has ever had. And I'm just happy to have been able to be there to work, and I'm very happy that he chose me again to continue to do the job. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. So, when you look at all that, the Jamaican dollar is stable. No currency restrictions. And I put it to you, it's one of the best things that we have competing in the Caribbean. You don't have to go to a ministry or the Bank of Jamaica to get approval to transfer your money in, but better yet, to transfer your money out. Good money in, good money out, no problems, and if the money is not good, we have very powerful friends who will tell us that it's not good, so you can't bring it in. So, the freedom of the currency to be easily transferable. You look around the entire region, I'm not talking just about the Caribbean, look across the region and you see how many countries can say that and make it actually work. When we were going to make the Bank of Jamaica independent, they said, oh my heavens, currency is going to go. I said, no, this currency is not going to help. What is going to happen? We're going to manage inflation, and we, the Agri-Business administration, gave our Bank of Jamaica one mandate: look after inflation. The range you must keep it in is 4 to 6%. And the only time it went down was in the pandemic. We kept within that range. We said we as the government will manage the unemployment. And as I said, at 3.3%, look at us now. The Federal Reserve, they have two mandates. One, to look after unemployment, and two, to look after inflation. In Jamaica, we're better than that. You look after inflation, Bank of Jamaica. We look after unemployment. Look at where unemployment is, 3.3%. Look at where inflation is. Inflation is 1.2% at a 57-year low, and outside the lower band of the range that we give the central bank to manage. Clap, man. Give them a clap. Give the central bank and the government a clap. Because if inflation was 10-12% a year, all the government can manage the economy. So give them a clap. Give the government a clap. One more clap. Our net international reserves is at historic high, 6.1%, 6.1, billion US dollars. Billion US dollars. That means when in about 5 years ago, every month on the radio you hear, oh, we will have so much money to buy so much goods, 6 months of goods we have. Not anymore. You don't hear that question anymore. You even ask about if you can get your dollars or your pounds changed. We have the reserve. The reason why the dollar is stable is because we have a strong international reserve. Nobody dares to challenge the central bank because the central bank has the money. If you take a position to short the Jamaican dollars, and the Bank of Jamaica decides that you're out of line and paying with the currency, you're going to get hurt because they have the kind of money to go into the market and make sure you get hurt if that's the position you're taking. That's how we manage it. The economy. It's really very good. Debt to GDP moved from 147% in 2013 to now 62%. 60% or less is where we're going. We thought we'd get there by 2028 because of pandemic. We're going to get there apparently well ahead of that time. Economic growth in the last quarter was 1.1%, coming off where we had a lot of rain. Transshipment advantage is great. We're proximal to the biggest economy in the world and right next to the Panama Canal. This is the place to set up the logistics hub that we're working on. It's going to help agriculture. The Cayman Special Economic Zone is being there to put that together. Harmony Cove in Trelawney. We just put in an investment. As Minister of Investment, I need to tell you this. The long-term pioneering and project investment, which means that if you bring in $1 billion, you go to the Jamaica Special Economic Zone or the Ministry of Finance and see what the benefits you get. You don't have to know somebody, there's no corruption, you bring in that kind of money, you can invest and you get what you have to do. These are just a few reasons why investors choose and must choose Jamaica, but there are some for agriculture, particularly for agriculture, which the Prime Minister has designated as a major growth sector. Minister Queen is going to tell you all about that. But there's just one thing I want to mention, because it affects both of us from where we live. When I was in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, when you're being groomed to be minister, someone, the Prime Minister, find a place for you in his ministry. So I had that, and I was handling water, and I was handling land and all those things. And one of the things I did was I worked with 3 French ambassadors ago to say, look, we need a grant to study irrigation in southwest St. Elizabeth, the constituency that Minister Green represents in Jamaica. And we got the French, they brought in the people, the canal consultants, resident in Panama, I think, or Peru, and they brought them here, did this study, looked at using solar energy to pump the water from our largest river, Black River, up the Santa Cruz Mountain, 3 levels, and we'll gravity feed it down to water all that section of South St. Elizabeth from Treasure Beach right up to Flagaman, Topple, and so on. And on the eastern side in Frank Witter's constituency, I also work with the British government and the Caribbean Development Bank. They put in £33 million to help us put in the Essex Valley irrigation. So all of South Jamaica is going to be irrigated. You can put in your covered agriculture. Minister Floyd is going to tell you everything about all the places you can invest and what that means to make the linkages with our hotels work. We have one of the biggest markets here. It's called our tourism and hotel business, where linkages will come. So when you look at the 210 hotels that we have, maybe 35,000 rooms at the moment, and building a whole bunch more, another $5.4 billion in investment going into hotels. This is the country that you need to be in. We are growing, we make it easy for you to invest, we have people, we are the Prime Minister made sure we're going to move all the obstacles out of the way. If you need technical people that are good, you will get them to the Minister of Labour and Social Security once you make your case. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, I'm especially happy to have you here. Or we have 20 agencies, one of them in Ojambo, which you heard yesterday. We're all here to help you to make sure you can invest well. Orchard crops are big, you must have heard about them yesterday. It's ackee, avocado, breadfruit, mangoes. We have spaces for you to grow them in. And we have policy support from the government to make sure, for instance, the productive input relief, if you're going into agro-processing, you have a factory, you register with the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, we work with the Ministry of Finance to make sure all the machinery and materials you're going to put in your factory can come in duty-free, because we want to make sure you set up your factory here. You know how well that was? It was in 23-24, we gave the benefit of 78.5 billion Jamaican dollars for duty allowance. So you don't have to pay that duty, you put that in your company as your working capital. In 2022-23, it was 88.5 billion. In 21-22, when we had pandemic, we raised it to $109 billion that you don't have to pay duty on. This to me, man, this is the place to be. Jamaica is a country where democracy works, where the economy and currency are stable, and where agriculture is rising to its rightful place as a driver of national wealth. I invite all investors, both local and international players, to invest in Jamaica's agriculture and agribusiness sector. Join us as we produce to feed much more for tourists, expand exports, modernize farms, and build property for all Jamaicans. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to choose Jamaica. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now you can understand why he is the reappointed Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Put your hands together again, please, for the Honorable Alvin Hill. Thank you so much, sir. Solidly delivered. Jamaica's democracy continues to serve as the invitation to the world to choose Jamaica. And we're very happy that we've come so far. The infrastructure that we now have has made way for a number of advancements. We're talking about agri-parks even. We have agri-parks in different parts of Jamaica. We have almost what? We have 10 already, right? We have 10 agri-parks, and we have the mission of ensuring that every single parish in Jamaica has an agri-park. And we have all of our crops in demand around the world. Yesterday, Dr. David Lowe told us about the vodka. The yam vodka. Minister, I don't know if you've heard about the yam vodka, but we're gonna work it out. We have to see made in Jamaica on that bottle very, very soon. And so much more. Our jerk sauces. Chef Simpson in the house. Jerk sauces, yes. Our Walker's Food Ambassador is here. And he has been championing everything Jamaica in the kitchen with celebrities from all around the world. So we have so much to be grateful for and so much to look forward to. And we're happy that we can do so. So ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to be inviting to the stage. We had him yesterday, and when he walked inside the room, you always see that kind of attention when you have big celebrities coming through. He could not catch a breath. The cameras were all over him. People were stopping him, asking him for his autograph. And we can understand why. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a leader with a vision to take agriculture to heights that we've never seen before in this country. A transformational leader who is steadfast in championing food security, sustainable farming, and the growth of the agribusiness sector. Put your hands together and let's welcome the Honorable Floyd Green, our Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining.
Thank you very much. Can we have a big round of applause? Debbie soon. Isn't she excellent? She is really, really superb at what she does. I think we have now adopted her as a part of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. And if you don't know, she has a wonderful program on TV around agriculture. Anybody knows that? Debbie and her sister, Farm Chicks. So, Debbie, I'm not going to charge you, but you have a lot of investors in here, and you do tell wonderful stories, so we look forward to Farm Chicks continuing. My colleague minister, Senator the Honorable Alvin Hiller, Business Minister, the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce. I'm happy that we're back together. Very, very happy that we're back together. I'll say a little bit more, but let me go through this. Mrs. Sancia Benedictembla, I know P.S. Spence, because we are swearing in our state minister today. Mr. County, I'm very happy to have you here. Happy to have met you just a while ago. Our partners from ECA, who is here. Of course, we couldn't do this without a board person for the Agri-Business Corporation. If you've been here, I know you've all met her already, because that's how she is. Mrs. Trisha Williamson. Can we give the board a big round of applause for making this happen? The entire team from the Agri-Business Corporation, Mr. Vivian Scully. I'm going to give Mr. Scully a big. Not easy to pull out something like this. Dr. David Lowe, I caught some of your presentation yesterday. It is so refreshing to have a managing director of the Development Bank of Jamaica who is an agriculturalist. Yes, so you know what that means? We are expecting all the money to flow into agriculture. Our Consul General is here. What a wonderful suit you have on. Can you stand so people can see how dapperly dressed you are today? Consul General Oliver Berry, if you know him, then you know his work. He is excellent at what he does. I served us very, very well in Florida. Mrs. Valerie Hall, Managing Director for the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited, and the Chairman of our JBM Board, Anna Harry, with a big round of all of our major partners here working with us. Mrs. Shelley Cox, you know, Minister Hill and I, we don't fight over you. We just see that you are part of both ministries. So Jamper and the entire team from Jamper is here. Also Miss Kelly Don Hamilton, our Jamaica Special Economic Zone, our CEO. Where's Kelly Don? Very, very important in terms of what we are doing. Minister Hill and I, in terms of special economic zones of agriculture. We had some discussions around that yesterday. We have a lot of partners, of course. Best Dressed Jamaica, the Jamaica Broilers Group. Give them a big round of applause. They're here. Our major partners. Mr. Edmondson from RADA, the team from RADA. Happy to have you here. If you don't know, RADA is our extension services. Dr. Bellamy, and I'm calling the names. Where's RADA? Anybody from RADA? Put up your hand. All right, good. Dr. Bellamy, put up your hand so that people know how to find you. Fisheries Authority, I know some people have already been having those discussions. And we do have the CEO of the Stock Exchange, Mr. Morrison. Very, very happy to have you here. I don't know if this is your first official, but again, because agriculture brings out the big guns. And we do have a social stock exchange, and we have been using that to move some agricultural projects. I know members from the tourism team are here. I don't know if Kerry is here today, but I know members. Dr. Wallace. When is the tourism? It's a big money. Big round of applause. Good to have you here. Excellent partner. All our other members of the ministry or agencies are chief technical directors from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, members of the media, sponsors, exhibitors, investors, students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. So I had to do that extensive protocols because it takes a lot to get something like this off the ground for the first must start by saying how honored I am and humbled I am to be here, to be returned as member of Parliament for Southwest St. Elizabeth, and then because of that, getting the opportunity by the Prime Minister to again serve as Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. You know, when we launched in May of this year, and I spoke at the launch, I said I was so happy to speak at the launch as Minister of Agriculture, but I would be even happier to speak at the event as Minister of Agriculture. Thank God that those prayers have been answered, and we are here today at our first Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum. And we're at a very important time for agriculture in the world, but especially in Jamaica. We have been through a tough year last year. We went through Hurricane Barry, we went through non-stop rains in November, and normally when you tell that story in relation to agriculture, you tell a sad story. Thankfully, we can tell that story, but tell it as a happy story, because what we are now seeing is that we are building resilience in our agricultural sector. Clearly, we don't want to have storms like Hurricane Barry, but we want to ensure that if they do happen, as they ultimately will, that we can build back stronger and we can build back better. And what we have been seeing from our agriculture sector is that resilience being built into the sector. So despite the difficult year last year, despite the fact that we lost about $7 billion in our agricultural enterprise, I can say to you that in January to March of this year, we were already back to growth in agriculture. What used to happen when we can look at our past experiences after Hurricane Ivan, it took us maybe 2 years, 2.5 years to get back to those production levels. Not only did we get back to growth in the January to March quarter, but in that January to March quarter, we reached our highest levels of production ever recorded in Jamaica in that quarter. And that was 221,000 tons. But we didn't stop there, because we surpassed that. And for the first time in our history, in a quarter, we passed 230,000 tons in our April to June quarter. And I think our farmers and our agricultural investors deserve a big round of applause. We grew 13% in that quarter. And thankfully, we are seeing some of the sort of investments that we've longed for in agriculture. In fact, if you look at last year and you look at the profile of the major investments that Jamaica saw, they were agriculture-related investments. I could speak about Caribbean Brothers Group and their $15 billion investment in the nest, bringing in the first air-chilled facility in this region. Or I could speak about the Jamaica Brothers Group, and right before the general election, the Prime Minister and I were cutting a ribbon with Jamaica Brothers for $8 million US investment in LNG to ensure that what they do more efficiently. I think we are truly now on the cusp of really recognizing and realizing the true potential of our agricultural sector. But the only way that can happen is if the government takes a targeted approach to catalyze those investments, and that is why we are here. The Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum was conceptualized to give an opportunity to marry capital with opportunity in agriculture. And when I sat with Jason, and I want us to give Jason a big, big round of applause. Because the majority of the funding for this has come through Jason for a project with the World Bank and our international partners. And when I came back to the Ministry of Agriculture, I sat with Brian. Is Brian here? Brian, let's stand up and take some praise. I know you like to stay in the background. Is Brian Smith here? Don't see him yet. When I sat with Jason when I came back to the ministry, and we said, what can we do for agriculture under our Ready to project? I said, we do need a forum that outlines the opportunities in an easy-to-reach way, that targets investors from near and far, and say to them, there are real opportunities and potential for you to maximize your profits, for you to see real returns on those investments in agriculture. And as such, this was born. And it took us some time to bring it to life, but we are here today. And based on my conversations with everyone who I interacted with yesterday, it does appear we're off to a wonderful start. And for us, this is about changing the mindset around agriculture, changing how we approach agriculture and fisheries. Because I think we all know for far too long, we've spoken of agriculture and fisheries like it's a fallback on profession. Like you can't do anything, so we're going to do some agriculture. No. Some of our biggest companies are agriculture-based companies. Some of the biggest companies in the world are agriculture and fisheries-based companies. So we are changing that conversation, and we started changing that conversation under our new phase of food strategy, which focuses on food security, agribusiness development, climate-smart technology, and export expansion. And you will see how all of that ties into what we're doing here today and what we did yesterday. So, one, yesterday we would have launched our deal, and again, clap the Agri-Business Forum. It was one of the set targets for this forum that people who come to this event would be able to leave with a practical guide that shows you structured investment-ready opportunities across crops, livestock, fisheries, agribusinesses. Tells you everything about what you will take to invest, what would the returns on those investments look like, where are the opportunities in terms of land for you to make those investments, and who could do those hand-holding services to marshal you through those investments. And we have outlined a number of great investments, right? Who says so myself? Our Southern Plains Agriculture project with our Southern Plains Agri-Park. For those of you who are not familiar, that is closer to Kingston, St. Catherine, Amity Hall. We've already launched Parnassus Lake, which is in Clarendon. Again, if you traverse the highway, I know for years people have been saying, boy, when you drive down the highway going out to Kingston, there's just so much land and nothing is happening with it. That's true. But what it would take to make something happen with it, you would need a government that was willing to invest in that. Because it would take access to irrigation. And as you drive down that highway now, you may see a big pond and wonder what is happening there. We have built the largest retention pond that will take water from the Rio Grande, that will service the irrigation needs of that entire Southern Plains agriculture. And we are now looking for investors in that. Applications are open, and don't sleep on it, because we launched Parnassus earlier this year, Mr. Scully, and Parnassus is now completely gone. 700 acres have been all taken by investors doing great things. And I can tell you stories because I know sometimes as Jamaican investors you want to hear that other people are taking the risk. So Walkerswood has taken about 70 acres of our Parnassus Agri-Park, and they need it, and they need more. But you know they want to partner with a number of you. And I was having a wonderful conversation with my friends from Walkerswood yesterday, and I know, sometimes in Jamaica companies don't like when you share. But as I always tell my agricultural companies, we must share the successes. Because when the rain falls and the hurricanes come, we see those stories. And we cry about them. But we don't think about when somebody says, boy, minister, I lost 50 million. I think, wow, you're going to make 50 million from this area. Walkerswood have been working with Publix. And Publix has introduced jerk wings to their menu. And it is going like hot. bread, using locals for jerk seasoning, 7.7 million US in sales. These are real examples happening right now. Another wonderful gentleman, his name slips me out, I'm sure he'll come back to me, that I met at the launch of Parnasos, is one of our diaspora investors. Not an agriculturalist. Literally said he's been following the Ministry of Agriculture. He's been hearing about the potential. He wanted to come back to Jamaica, but he wanted something that he could make real money from. And invested in 90 acres, which is a combination of Scotch bonnet and orchard crops. Ackee, mango, avocado, and it was planting out tremendously. It's expected to plant out that entire 90 acres by the end of December. And you know how God is good. As I came in and I was talking to walkers would say, boy, I met another investor in Parnasos, and they can supply us with the peppers that we need. Agriculture has tremendous potential now to generate wealth, and we must not be afraid to speak of it. So the deal book will show you some of those opportunities, and I could go through so many. You know we have a specific program around small ruminants and our goats, and remember, as much as I speak about the potential of exports, and I said a bit more about that, remember we have a big market right here. We already import about 70% of what we consume as goat meat. It's actually not, it's money. Sheep. $1 billion industry in Jamaica. And that's why the government has been catalyzing the investment in our goat sector by doing a small women development program where what we have done is to remove the taxes from bringing in breeds of goat that we want to use to drive the genetic quality of our goats here. And under that program, we've already seen private investors bringing about 800 goats. And the government itself has brought in about 300 goats. And we're not just targeting our meat sector. There is a huge industry for goat milk. And I don't know, some of you never grow in country. I grew in country. And my grandfather believed in goat milk. He said, solve every problem. When I went to his house, I had to. It was non-negotiable. It's either not going to require, but once I went to play, somebody was going outside, milking the goat, scalding it, and giving me goat milk. And if he was alive, he would say, that's why I look so young and fresh. Right? You pay about $400, almost $500 for, let us say, 500 milliliters or liters of cow's milk. Same size, $1,200 for goat milk. Tremendous potential. And I haven't spoken about goat cheese. And you should look at the outline further story of what they've been able to do with goat cheese. So there's a lot of areas for expansion that could segue into dairy, and the fact that we used to consume about 30 million up to 40 million liters of cow's milk each year. We're now about 12 million. But the demand is still there because the world has gone back to fresh. There was a time that the world moved away from fresh. But now we recognize that fresh is in. And that is why True Juice, through their True Milk, is pumping millions into dairy expansion. I tell all of these stories because I want you to come to this conference, to leave here either investing more because you're already investing, or investing for the first time. And what we guarantee in this conference is that the government is here to support you. This is not a government that talks about agriculture and doesn't do the work. This is a government that is putting the infrastructure that we know is necessary to reduce the cost of your investment so that you can maximize your profitability. So when we do Southern Plains, that is what we're doing. Essex Valley, our largest ever irrigation project. 1,200 hectares of land going to be under irrigation support. We've already done all the pipelines, we've already done 5 wells, we've already put in some of the facilities for you to do your processing. We expect that Essex Valley will be on stream by the first quarter of 2026. Massive investment. And all these investments now come. Essex Valley does have the largest agricultural solar energy plant to drive the production of that irrigation water in a sustainable way. But additionally, we have learned from mistakes of the past. So yes, we've been doing agri-parks for a long time, but to be honest, some of the agri-parks that we developed in the past were agri-parks in name. As in there was an area that we identified as an agri-park, but it didn't have the infrastructure to ensure the success of your enterprise. And what the government is saying, no, any agri-park that we develop, we're putting in the requisite infrastructure. Water, roads, storage. So Essex Valley comes with one of the biggest storage and processing plants that we've developed in agriculture. 25,000 square feet. Can hold up to 22 containers of produce, but also has an area to do pure reproduction, also has an area to do brine preservation, smack in the middle of what Senator Hill says is the best parish in Jamaica. And we're developing this infrastructure, not necessarily for the government to operate, but for us to partner with the private sector to drive agriculture enterprise. And the beauty as Minister of Agriculture, this is why I really wanted to be back. Because every time I say the biggest, I can then go to say the biggest. Because every project we do is bigger than the project we did before. So yes, Essex Valley was the biggest, but we are now going on to what will be the biggest investment in agriculture in the Caribbean, the Pedro Plains irrigation scheme, which to put in perspective, Essex Valley is 1,200 hectares of land. Pedro Plains will bring on the irrigation cover 4,000 hectares of land in our most productive part of Jamaica, South Central. And thankfully, we've already broken ground for that. We've already started construction of the site office. We're finalizing the final designs that will take water from the Black River and irrigate all of South. And South St. Elizabeth is already our highest productive zone without access to water. Imagine what will happen when we provide the water for that area. So I'm saying all of this to say that government is here to facilitate your investment. And that is why we're embarking now in this term on ensuring that every single parish has at least one agri-park. Wherever you are in Jamaica and you want to do agriculture, there should be a space that facilitates that agricultural enterprise. And our newest agri-park that is coming on stream will be in St. Anne, a partnership between the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited and the Agri-Business Corporation, 600 acres. So I'm saying to investors, talk no, because that is going to go fast. Because if you look what is happening in St. Anne, if you appreciate that Drax Hall has now become a hub of activity in St. Anne, if you look at the housing stock that's been developed in St. Anne, if you look at the tourism expansion plans for hotels like Grand Bahia, then you recognize that now is the time to invest in agriculture. Because I say it all the time, no matter what you make, no matter how much money you make, you have to eat. And somebody is going to provide that food and make that money. So we are really bullish on ensuring that we have those agri-parks established. And I have said in all of those agri-parks, we're going to make special accommodation for youth, for women, So 25% of all of those lands are specially earmarked for you, earmarked for women to be accessed under special terms. And part of what we're doing for you in those agri-parks is, again, we're going to cut the rate of lease in half for them for the first 2 years. We're going to give them free land operating for the first 2 years. We're going to give them free input for the first 2 years, so that they can really take those 2 years and set up strong, thriving agricultural enterprise and then embark on their future. So now is the time to invest. And Dr. Bella will kill me if I didn't speak about fisheries, because we have been sleeping on investment in our fisheries sector, quite frankly. You may not know, but Jamaica has one of the highest consumption rates of fish in the Caribbean and in the world. We consume 26 kilograms of fish per person each year. Worldwide average is 20 kilograms. Unfortunately, the majority of that which we consume is imported. We can fix that. We've started to see tremendous investment in freshwater fish farming, which we believe has tremendous potential. And if you know anybody who is in tilapia farming, just ask them. They do not have enough to satisfy the market. In fact, the person who got Farm of the Year Tenny this year is a fish farmer and runs an operation that he opens 365 days a year. Not even Christmas does he close. Because he says the demand is so consistent that if he closes one day, the backlog is too much for him. And just to put it in perspective, when I went to visit his farm, I went about 11:30, and Senator Henny was nowhere to be found. Him said no operate at those times. Him finish saying I'm not relaxed for the rest of the day. So I have to make an appointment if I'm coming at those times. I'm dead serious. Tremendous potential and opportunity in our fishery sector. And just like every other area, what is the government doing? We are looking to facilitate you. So we're building a new state-of-the-art tilapia hatchery. We used to produce about 1 million fry per year. We're going to move that to 5 million fry per year. So you will always have a source to get what you need to drive your enterprise. But that's just fish. In fact, we've started a pilot project now, focusing on marine fish. So, Minister Henny might not know, but as it is now, we've started a project in St. Thomas, where we're developing cage culture, growing out the red snapper in the sea for resale. Again, a huge red snapper market. Remember, that's just one aspect. What about fish feed? Why aren't we seeing more enterprises going into developing the feed, especially utilizing local resources to develop the feed that we need to drive our fishery sector, our livestock sector? Tremendous potential are out there. And you may have heard all the big projects for this term is that we're taking the same approach to our agri-parks, to aquaculture. And as such, we're going to develop our first ever aquaculture agri-park, where you will be able to go in a shared services model to lease funds to develop your aquaculture enterprise. And again, not just fish, we've developed a shrimp hatchery, a prawn hatchery, to be completely correct. And we've built out, we've grown out our first cultures, and we are now distributing prawns and selling prawns. Everything I said about fish, think about it on a broader scale. Shrimp, oysters, sea moss. Do you know that Jamaica sea moss is one of the most sought after in the world? And we now are growing sea moss in parts of St. Anne. We've taught our fishers how to grow, harvest, package, and sell. And it's not just sea moss to utilize in food, But if you don't know, when it comes to your skincare regimes, Jamaican sea moss is the best. I say all of these things again to reiterate the potential that we have. So we are here to pair all of these opportunities with your investment and to assure you that the government is looking to facilitate those investments. As you would have heard Mr. Hill mention, we do have a productive input relief regime for agriculture. Almost everything you need to establish your agricultural enterprise, you can bring in without taxation. So your tractors, plows, your agriculture-related drones, talk to us at the Ministry of Agriculture. Let's work together to move your enterprises forward. Additionally, in some of our agri-parks, we now have matching grant schemes. In our Southern Plains Agri-Park, we do have a matching grant scheme where we're putting some money to help our enterprises start. And we're working on a first crop guarantee program, where oftentimes some of our farmers have a difficulty in that first crop that they put out and tend to lose that, and they don't have the resources to start again. We're working on a guarantee regime for that. Additionally, Senator Hill and myself and the Minister of Tourism have been tasked to work with our hotel sector to ensure that they engage in long-term contracts for our agricultural products, so that you can take that contract to the bank, get the resources to really invest in your agricultural enterprise. And I'm sure you would have heard from the DBJ about Orbit, the new project that they have brought, that we sat down, looked at some of the issues that persons who operate in the agriculture and fishing space have faced over the years, and try to rework the requirements to make it more accessible. And that's just on the loan side. The DBJ has a whole host of grants. And I know some of my agricultural entrepreneurs will say, well, it's difficult. Well, we're working on that. But work with the DBJ and the Agri-Invest, because sometimes what appears difficult initially, if you get some hand-holding services, you can make it through. So, we have tremendous potential. I think we are off to a wonderful start with our first ever Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum. Do you agree? So I guess it would be fair for me to say that our next Agri-Investment Business Forum will be in 2027. We are going to continue this. Every 2 years, we will have an engagement of this nature that will pair capital with the investment opportunities in agriculture. This is one of the ways we're going to drive and move agriculture and fisheries forward. So thank you for coming out. Again, I'm very happy to be here. We have a lot of work to get done. And I just want the Prime Minister to recognize that Minister Hill and I are ready, and we've hit the ground day one, and we're here. God bless you.
But really here as our Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, and a very excellent presentation. And we are excited to hear that we will have another Agri Agri-Business Investment Forum in 2027. Register now. Register now and secure your place. Thank you so much, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to be inviting back to the podium our ministers, the Honorable Alvin Hill and the Honorable Floyd Green. We have a very special presentation for both of you, sirs. We're inviting to the stage our CEO, Mr. Vivian Scully, to make the presentation of this, our deal book. And in this comprehensive book, you find everything you need to know about our sector, about our in-demand crops or animals or poultry, aquaculture, everything that you need and so much more. And for our attendees here, if you are concerned, I did not get my deal book, don't worry, this is a digital conference. Turn the back of your badge and you'll see a QR code and you can scan it for your own digital copy of the deal book. And we're seeing some images there of the deal book. Can we have the presentation be played again? There we have the ready to locations. Can we give our love to the JSIF team inside the building again? Please ensure that you scan that QR code on the back of your badge for your own copy of our deal book. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to our coffee break and also to the tour of the exhibition hall by our ministers. So we are going to be having the coffee break. We're going to be pausing in this room for about 15 minutes, allowing as well for our ministers to tour the exhibit hall. Thereafter, we're coming back inside here for our very first panel discussion. And everybody's doing the mass migration, but you're going to miss out. Global reach, local impact collaborations in cultural sector through strategic partnerships in key markets. That's our first panel discussion coming up in 15 minutes. Your coffee break begins now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I was instructed to invite the following key individuals individuals to make their way on to the podium for a photo opportunity. We invite you back to the stage just before you head heads down to the exhibit hall. Our Honorable Minister Floyd Green and Senator the Honorable Alvin Hill. We invite you to the stage Commissioner Alexander P. Davis, Consul General Oliver Mayer. We invite Dr. Kerry Wallace to the stage. Again, we invite our Honorable Ministers to the stage. The Honorable Minister Floyd Green and the Honorable Alvin Hill. We invite you to the stage, Consul General Oliver Mayer, Dr. Kerry Wallace. We are inviting Mr. Eric Montero. We're inviting Mr. Orville Hill to the stage. Mr. Orville Hill to the stage. Thank you so much, sir. We are inviting Michelle Cox to the stage, please. Jack Michelle Cox to the stage. Photographers, this is your time. Photographers, this is your time. Smile brightly like you just had the best plate of ackee and saltfish in your life. Please stand by, please. We have another photo. Ministers, we invite you to stand by, please. So ladies and gentlemen, we have paused for a coffee break. We're not going to be long for attendees on the inside here. We want to resume momentarily. We have a very important panel discussion coming up. We are going to be looking at global reach, local impact collaborations in the agricultural sector through partnership in key markets. Our ministers will be going to the exhibit hall to tour at this time. We ask that you do allow them to do so with ease. And we ask that attendees
here to support you in every step.
Let's talk about Jamaica. Let's talk business. Let's talk opportunity. Manpower. And stability. Let's talk infrastructure. And location. Let's talk about manufacturing. Agriculture, energy, logistics, business process outsourcing, and tourism. Let's talk about business. Let's talk vision and growth. Let's talk success. Jamaica. Enough talk. Let's do business. Do business, Jamaica. You know Jamaica.
Ladies and gentlemen, quick announcement that we are gearing up to resume. And so we're asking you, for the persons who are on the outside, to take your coffee with you on the inside, please, as we get ready to resume with our first panel discussion for this morning. So if you are hearing me on the outside, please, I know we are deep in conversations, and so we can take the conversation on the inside. And our panelists, we are inviting our moderator, Consul General Oliver Mayer, to stand by, Commissioner Alexandra P. Davis, Mrs. Karima Munsi, Mr. Sean B. Garbutt, Mr. Eric Montero, and Mr. Stephen Jones, our panelists, to stand by, please. But if you are in fact hearing the sound of my voice and you're on the outside, we're asking you kindly to make your way on inside, please, so we can get ready to resume our morning. Everybody inside here is okay? Got something? Got tea, got juice? Yeah? Okay, good. We're asking our volunteers to usher the persons on the outside back inside, please. We are getting ready to resume. We'd like to resume in less than 3 minutes. We have a packed day, so we're asking the persons on the outside, come on inside, please. You do not want to miss this discussion at all. The first 20 persons back on the inside, I have something very special for you. The first 20 persons to come on inside, I have something extra special for you. You do not want to miss it. Only the lucky 20 will be able to get it. The connection is so bad right here. It's just like, I'm not hearing you, you're breaking up. I'm not hearing you so well at all. I'm so sorry. It happens like that inside here. Connection is just, we've been having some connectivity problems. I'm so sorry. We're addressing it. But thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. We're inviting the team at Agri-Business to help to get those members on the outside, those attendees back inside, please.
Let's talk about Jamaica. Let's talk business. Let's talk opportunity. Manpower.
With the doors open, ladies and gentlemen, standing outside, we're asking you all to re-enter the room, please. We are ready to begin. We have a wonderful panel discussion, and you do not want to miss it. We are resuming right now. Please take your coffee, your drinks, your juices, and the person you're speaking with back inside this room, please. Awesome. The room is filling up quite nicely. Also, I should announce that these chairs here at the front, they are open available for your seating. And for the persons who are seated all the way to the back, we don't want you in the back, we want you in the front. We need to see your beautiful faces. We're asking you to come up, please, come up. Come closer, come closer. We do have some persons who are coming up from the exhibition hall, so we're waiting on them to enter the room. So for the persons who are still on the outside, come on in. I see my moderator, my panelists are here. Yes? All right, awesome. We are going to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to resume officially. Welcome back. We're starting with our first panel discussion for the morning. This one, global reach, local impact, collaborations in the agricultural sector through strategic partnerships in key markets. And at this time, we invite our moderator to the stage, Consul General Oliver Mayer. Come on up, sir. Consul General with responsibility for the Western United States of America. Please put your hands together for him, please. In his Jamaican colors, they have a thing on social media that says, "How did you know I'm Jamaican?" I mean, full Jamaican colors. We're inviting to the stage as well Commissioner Alexander P. Davis, elected official, Commissioner of the Broward County, Florida, USA. We're inviting to the stage Mr. Sean B. Garbutt, Director, Walkers with Jamaica. Walkers with the best sauces. Mr. Eric Montero, General Manager, JCB Caribbean, United Kingdom. And inviting Mr. Stephen Jones, ESL Environmental Solutions, USA. And we are going to begin. Over to you, Consul General.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching across the world, are you ready for our session? If you are enjoying the investment forum so far, can you make some noise, please? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be about collaborations, building collaborations, and we have an esteemed panel here. I want to just start by saying a few words. You know, as Consul General, I've been Consul General now since 2018. Work with an amazing Jamaican diaspora who I'd like to ask to stand. Any members of our diaspora who are here, would ask you to stand and just be recognized at this time. Don't be shy. The persons standing here each have been involved in some type of agriculture or are seeking to get involved. I just spoke to a gentleman who is about to start his seedling business. I have one of the ladies here is exporter of yam, and another person is about ready to move back to Jamaica to start agriculture. So we're chatting their business already. That's okay. So I won't call her name, but Renee, good to have you in the house. I'm happy to be a part of this particular forum, given that in my former life I was sales and marketing manager with Jamaica Broilers, and I think they have one of the better planning models that are available for the agricultural sector. I also had the good fortune of supplying the local hotels with produce, local produce, over 20 different agricultural items. Yeah. So I do bring some experience to this section. In fact, there was a cooperative that was set up just to act as our supply chain. And I see Mr. Anthony Grant in the house. He's the chair of that cooperative. So he's kind of shy, but where are you, Mr. Grant? One of the farmers from Clarendon, and who leads a 15-member farming group. So I don't see him. I've been having coffee. And then the gentleman who financed me, Rajiv, is here. Not at the best rates, but he was very flexible. He kept us going, Rajiv, in factoring. So lots of money to be made in agriculture. And I want to thank each of you for being here, for taking the time to be here, spend the 2 days with us, and to learn about the different aspects of agriculture. This time I'm going to allow my panel now to get involved. And I'm going to start out with a lady who, in Florida, in South Florida, we have 27 elected officials of Jamaican descent. 27 Jamaicans who have risen up. They have campaigned and they have won elections and they've done very well. The lady I'm about to introduce to you, she started out as a commissioner in Miramar, did extremely well, and recently was elevated to a commissioner of Broward County, and that Broward County has more Jamaicans per county than any other county in the United States. She's done an amazing job. Commissioner Alexandra P. Davis. Give her a round of applause, please. Commissioner, I'm going to start with you. First of all, thank you for the work that you've been doing, serving the community. And I want you just to tell us a little bit about your role as commissioner. In 3 minutes, a little bit about your role and one achievement that you're proud of.
Thank you so much, Consul General, or the Mayor. Excuse my voice, I've had some voice issues, but I didn't want to not be here today. On behalf of Broward County, our Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the rest of the Commission, and of course our over 2 million residents of Broward County, I extend warmest regards to everyone here and the organizers. Thank you so much. A little bit before I go in about my political career, but I am British born, but raised in Kingston. I went to micro-practice in all-age school, also Women's Girls High School, and the greatest university in the world, in my opinion, which is the University of the West Indies. I'd like to take a point of personal privilege just to introduce the third generation Jamaican, my son, Dr. Davis Ratman, who is here with me, and I intend to bring him wherever I can, so he learns about the culture of this great nation. I know the Minister Auburn Hill and Minister Green. When I did leave university, my first job was actually in the food storage division. At that time, it was under the Ministry of Commerce, and now it turned into Ministry of Agriculture. But I learned a lot there. I was employed there as an entomologist. And so it's really fitting for me to be here on this panel today. I started off my career in politics in the city of Miramar. And the city of Miramar, many of you may have heard of it, but all of the elected officials in that city are Jamaican or Jamaican descent. It's the only one in the nation of the United States that has that combination. And so we're doing great things there. It is the home of the Usain Bolt statue that we made happen. At our Anson Sports Complex. And kudos to the Jamaicans for all they do. Somebody said, well, why would you put a Jamaican in the United States? What about people like, I know, some of the basketball players? The difference is they're not the greatest in the world. The world is not just the United States, right? And so we made sure we put the greatest in the world at our sports complex and our track, which is used by a lot of the major champions, including the fastest man in the world right now is Oblique Seville. He has used our track. But being a Broward County Commissioner, as we are the center, pretty much, of trade for the Americas, the continent of the Americas. And so, with our airport, which is the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, and our seaport, which is Port Everglades, we do a lot of import, export, and trade. And so, being here today, we're going to talk a little bit about how we can assist Jamaica and how Jamaica assists us. We have shared goals in trade, we have shared opportunities in sustainable agriculture, and so we want to make sure that we collaborate more together, and we can do that in Broward County, and we hope to hopefully see many of you as we have our Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo in October 22nd and 23rd. We will have over 70 countries coming to Broward County, including, I understand, the Senator, the Honorable Auburn Hill, will be there, and hopefully you guys can make it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think Commissioner was being a little modest, that she was central to that lovely statue of the greatest of all time, Usain Bolt. And at this time I want to use the opportunity for us to do a special round of applause to all our athletes. We are up to 8 medals in the World Championships. Let's give it up for our athletes. That's right. And speaking of Little Montalvo, the next gentleman, I'd like to pose a question to. We just heard about this great achievement. We all know Walkerswood, and we all know this amazing company, amazing products, and being in Florida and visiting Publix on a regular basis. I mean, I confess my wife does most of the shopping, but when I'm dragged along, I normally, if I have to do the cooking, I would go to this section that you can have the chicken that's already done. But I'm happy now for this latest development. I won't tell my wife, I'll just carry it to the house, and she'll be amazed by the taste. But we just heard today that Publix is in great partnership with Walkerswood, and I'm going to invite the director for Walkerswood, Mr. Sean Garbott, to say a few words about that fantastic initiative which is going to revolutionize the entire industry. Let's first of all give a big round of applause to Sean and the team. Sean, just a little bit about it, how it got started, and what does it mean now for Walkerswood and for the rest of the industry?
Good morning, everybody. It truly is a wonderful opportunity and collaboration. And I first want to give kudos to Publix for taking the authentic route. Many international companies don't go authentic when they do cultural cuisines and seasonings. So firstly, kudos to them. We have long traded with Publix, and of course they have a lot of diaspora throughout their locations. But in October last year, it always comes back. We have Jamaicans all over the world. Publix had been trying to do jerk chicken through their delis, but they were trying to make their own. And of course, you have 1,400 locations. It's very hard to have consistency of what you're doing. And apparently, one of their culinary leads is Jamaican. And she said, guys, why are we trying to recreate the wheel? Just buy Walkerswood.
Right.
And God bless her if I can find her, right? We started, we gave them samples, and there was some push. You have to learn to be flexible. Our traditional packaging for 1 gallons is in a tub format, and they straight up said, listen, we don't like it. It's hard to get in, it's hard to close. I tried to tell them, hey, it's part of food safety and all of that. And I said, listen, if you want to work with us, we need something a little bit more friendly to our operation. So we're able to offer them a different packaging format, which was unique to what we offer them, more of a bottle formatted. And they started just in South Florida with about 200 locations, and they were doing like, I think, a jerk chicken, leg and thigh. And that started to pick up. They offered now like an 8-piece box of jerk chicken. And in December of last year, I actually flew to Orlando, went up to Lakeland, to Publix head office, and met with their deli buyer. And he wanted to be sure that, hey, I'm giving you guys this opportunity. They wanted to go all Publix, which is over 1,400 locations, with a jerk wing offer. And of course, we had to ensure them that, listen, we have the ability and capacity to supply our quality standards and all of those factors that they want to look at for any kind of global opportunity. And in August of this year, they launched a 20-piece jerk wing box, which is available across all their locations. And the response has just been phenomenal, overwhelming. So not to say, it's resulted in now multiple containers a month of just this specific item for Publix, a new business for our brand. And we really want to just big up our Jamaican diaspora. We're obviously strong leaders and supporters of all things Jamaican. And of course, once we start setting the trend, everybody migrates to the trend. So yeah, it's really been wonderful. And guys, keep pushing. It's limited time offer until November, but early announcements from Publix are they absolutely love it, and it should become a permanent menu item. So, it should be excellent.
And I know you were very deliberate when you selected South Florida to start with, right? Excellent. No, this is big news, and I think we all can benefit from it. And when we go into Publix, ensure we ask for the product, let people know that we're asking for this product specifically, and we give the feedback to the management. Let them know that we appreciate the product. Public has always been supportive to us in the community, but I think this is now taking it to another level. And by the way, when are you going public, member?
Well, we do have plans down the road that we do want Jamaica involved in our business and to feel a part of our business. But I just wanted to add to that a big part of why we're here today is that we need our Jamaican farmers. We are currently doing in excess of 6.5 million pounds annually of fresh Jamaican produce, from scallions, now grown locally, yellow onions, of course Scotch bonnets in red, yellow and green, thyme, pimento. So farmers, we love you, we appreciate you, and that's why we're here. So keep growing, reach out to us with what's happening. We need more and more produce every year, and our plan is to continue growing. Our 5-year plan, which is 2 years underway, was to triple our business, and we're halfway there in just 2 years.
A quick follow-up question to that, because it's so important. What percentage increase do you think will emanate from this relationship with Publix?
So the quick figures from January to August is a 3% increase in just volume for our business with just that one opportunity.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. No, I have to when I say so I'm going to give you guys a little cue, right? Even if I'm doing it. Anytime I do this, you're going to jump, right? Ladies and gentlemen, mechanization is so important. Equipment is important in the business. And we couldn't have a forum like this without flying down one of the most influential in the business. So we said, listen, we know you're in the UK, but you have to fly down for this. And we're speaking about Mr. Eric Montero, General Manager of JCB United Kingdom. He flew all the way down here to be here for this particular presentation. So let's give a round of applause. So, Sir Eric, if I may, our Jamaican farmers say, we have a number number of them that are not quite up to 50 acres, maybe under 50 acres. You know, which two machines would you say would deliver the fastest return on investment for, like, say, peppers and mixed crops?
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. So there's two ways to work this. One is the harvesting machines for it, but also the land preparation. So cleanup, drainage, trenches, etc. So as you may know, JCB has more than 300 products. So we go from 1-ton excavator for small applications up to 37 tons, like the outside operations. So we want to be a solution for different sizes of operation. So as you may know, JCB is 80 years old, and Jamaica was the first country out of the UK to become a dealer. So right now our local partner is Stewart's Industrial, part of Industrial's Automotive Group, and also we're here partnered with the British High Commissioner, who has a booth. We do have a JCB machine in this exhibit, so please stop by when you can. You know, big yellow toys always make happy and smile people, so please join us to see the machine. I want to mention two very quick things. One is, as you see that the employment becomes more available, labor stresses, right? And maybe agriculture is one of the ones that suffer first, because you have even, you know, different areas of the business that are growing. In that sense, that's what we want to incorporate. Bring technology that would help become faster, better, and more productive. So what we're proposing is a couple of options for the region. One, every single JCB machine that is brought to Jamaica comes with an engine that can be used with the local fuel. So no crazy electronics, no failures, etc. So one, we do have a parts depot in Miami, so whatever we don't have here, it's 2 hours away from us. And two, we make sure that we have technicians prepared. One other matter that I want to stress is that all JCB machines have live link. That's telematics that will help you follow your machine from your laptop, from your iPad, from your cell phone, and now from your watch. So you will know exactly where is your machine, what it's doing, how much fuel is using. So even if the machine is on and it's not being operated, meaning if somebody's sleeping in the cab, air conditioning, no work. So all these protections are, and all this information is available, so the farmers can be even more productive. They have more information. They can take advantage of their investment to make, you know, Jamaica even bigger and better in production.
Excellent. And you know, as a people, we've already started, but the reality is that we are now in a technological age where AI is dominating. And by the way, I'm going to do a couple of shameless plugs on October 2nd. If you have not liked our pages for the Consulate General, please do so. Mayor Oliver, Instagram. We'll have an AI forum that will be available globally, free of cost, hands-on, shameless plug. But technology is so important, especially as we seek to get more profit, because we're all here to have profitable ventures. And so I thank you for that information, and my follow-up question will delve a little bit more into some ROIs and next question that I have for you. But thank you very much, Mr. Montero.
Thank you.
I don't know how many of you saw that I was limping a little earlier yesterday, and a good friend of mine is a campionite. We spoke about my limp, and he mentioned to me that I don't need to be using any synthetic products. He has come up with an item using Scotch bonnet that can relieve any pain that I have, and he's promised to send some to me. My good friend from Campion days, he was actually top footballer at Campion. I trained him very well. Mr. Stephen Jones, Managing Director of ESL, take a round of applause. ESL has filed several patents, Stephen, that take locally grown Scotch bonnet peppers, turning them into new wellness products. Tell us about this.
So, environmental solutions has been around for 34 years, focused on making our air, food, everything else as clean as possible. And I joined my mother maybe 3 years ago because I can't allow one her legacy to die with her. More importantly, she has built a brand that we need to build upon, generationally speaking. So we looked at various expansion opportunities that was tightly integrated with the environment, and we began with drones, where we were able to identify and help farmers understand the health of the plants, and then we would leverage the drone technologies to variably spray according to what the science says. And after doing that for a while, we realized that there were a lot of opportunities and gaps in the natural farming, as we call it, space. And my mother is a survivor of cancer, and I am convinced that it's the food that contributed to it, so it's very passionate dear to me. We have a number of scientists in our lab, so we work together to try to create a more natural or fully, I don't really like the term organic, but if it's not grown here, or if we can't get it from the soil or the rocks here, then it can't go into the farm, and let's see what happens. We were able to successfully grow a couple crops. We focusing on peppers. But we saw where, of course, food is important, but one of the challenges that the farmers have is that there's a ceiling when it comes to food with respect to per pound that they can be paid, including us, because we deliver today between 1.2 and 1.5 million amounts of pepper to grace. Hopefully soon work as well.
There's a cut the deal right now, man. Cut the deal right now. I'm the middleman.
But in experimenting with the science behind Scotch bonnet, we realized that cayenne pepper was a natural alternative to the synthetic means of dealing with pain relief, dietary supplements, etc. But the science is also showing us that the top end of all the various noise in pepper, for cayenne pepper, is not even the bottom end, the low range for Scotch bonnet. So we explored further, and we have since filed 7 patents to where we can now leverage Scotch bonnet to create a new market for our farmers to hopefully enhance Scotch bonnet pepper, which is the health and wellness. And it's not meant to be, our plan is not to disrupt food, because I think if we grow Scotch bonnet over the whole of Jamaica, we won't have enough, right? But it's to enable, like any good business, you have to have multiple streams of income. So it's the same for the farmers. And unfortunately, our farmers today, we may drive the Lexus and the Benz, then can't afford to buy a donkey, many of them. And they are the ones that are supplying us with food that we need to eat. So giving them the ability to diversify the revenue stream, thereby increasing it and providing a lot of work, employment for people in the communities is very important to us. And enabling new areas for the young people to begin to study so that we can differentiate. We're a small island, but as you know, we punch above our belt. We just need to ensure that we educate the children and give the people an opportunity. And I think that this is one of the ways that we can contribute.
Well said, well said. One of the things I'm going to encourage us as an audience is many times we go to forums and different investor briefings, and we leave and say, oh, what a good session, it was so good, and we go about our business. I want to challenge us to be prepared to take action from these 2 days. Take action to get involved in agriculture or make a step in that direction. If I'm speaking to you today, then this is touching your heart. Can you raise your hand? Do we have a photographer? Please take a picture of these folks. Gonna hold them to it. We want action, not a bag of mouth. There's a lady who came in a few minutes ago, and we doing our rehearsal sessions. She was meant to do a more dramatic entrance. She kind of never get that part too right. I wanted her to come in and do a little dance at the start, but my good friend Karima is the CEO of one of the most famous brands, another famous brand, Hope Choice Foods. Hope Choice Foods. And, you know, at the consulate, a lot of companies come to us, do courtesy visits, and, you know, when they want to get into the market, and we give them whatever support we can from the office. And in 2019, this lady came by, she brought some of her products, and she said, boy, at the time, nothing not go on. Give me some pepper shrimp, which I was so happy to have. I asked her for a couple extra ones. And we had a good meeting. A week after, there was an investor who came up to meet on a different matter. He said, boy, he's looking for some companies to invest in. And we were able to connect them together. And her business has upscaled since. In a big way. I was hoping for her to call and tell her right away, boy, CG, thank you so much. She did, but her product is one of the finest on the market. Let's give it up for Karima once again. Karima, what has resulted in the success of your business from the inception, the days in Portmore, to where you are today? Give us the top 3 ingredients.
I just wanted to apologize for being late first, and I have to go. I used to importing to Rome to meet with the ministers because we wanted to present something to him, so sorry for being late. And yes, Oliver was very integral in helping Home Choice to the next level. We had, and I mentioned his name is Mark Prospery. He offers financial advice. So he saw our products in Florida, and he just said, I like that product, but you know, my mother always said me, if you're doing something, we're doing good, right? So just make sure you run the good. When Mark come up my place, it was a little wire fence, a little man road. This was 2019. And we were like doing, I think, like $40 million to $70 million for the year. That was, yeah. So we decided, Mark looked at our products and said, this is a world-class brand. So anyway, we wanted me as an advisor. Couldn't pay him, and I'm giving you this advice. We couldn't pay him, so we said, all right, we'll give you some share, and he just stayed with us. So he stayed with us, and we landed. Everybody came to us by Rita, and then VM came to us and bought 20% shares in the company. What we sold in May of this year is what we sold for the entire year in 2017. Just to say to everyone that's out there, the MSMEs, if you can't do it, you really can't do it alone. Bring somebody in and help, because if they can do it, bring them in to help you. Don't just look at the farm and say, boy, I don't have no money. You know, they can get help from someone who's always willing to help you. So yes, so that's the story of Home Choice. But I'm actually here to speak on behalf of our cluster. Are the presentation done?
No, we're going to hold that.
No?
We're going to hold that.
You're going to hold that? So let me just quickly speak about the cluster. So a group of us came together and we visited the Amity Hall and the bench agro-processing, what's the name of it? So anyway, we visited the agricultural lands near Amity Hall at ASC Center. So Vivian took us on a tour, and I was able to bring 14 of the MSC members because I wanted them to feel how I was feeling. And then we have been granted 83 acres of land, and for the first time, the AIC has endorsed 14 of our members to get 5 acres of land for agro-processing.
Excellent.
They need a round of applause. So basically, this is what some of our MSMEs has done. We bring like sweet potatoes to make fudge and popsicles. We have a member here who just migrated from California to set up business here. She's going to be doing non-dairy cheese and non-dairy products. And we have Farm Linker who is working with us to link us with the farmers. And we have Jamaica Agribusiness who makes spices from the ground. So the reason why we formed this cluster is so we'll be able to supply ourselves with the raw material, because more than over, sometimes we let the farmers get the most profit from us, sometimes we don't benefit, so we'll be able to control our raw materials. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Karima is also the Vice President of the JMA, and I know she will, at the end, will allow you to know a little more information on that. But we want to have an opportunity for individuals to ask questions. So I'm going to limit the time here that we go through this section and open up shortly from questions from the audience. But each of you, I'm going to ask you to give 2 lines on the opportunity you see from where you sit between Jamaica and your market. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Davis. She sits in a very powerful position, one of the highest ranking Jamaican-born officials in the United States, and lots of power. From your perspective, in a few lines, what is the opportunities you see that lie between Jamaica and where you sit as Broward County Commissioner?
Thank you, Council General Mayor. So, many of you would probably know Miami. Others of you know Broward County. It's Miami-Dade County. It's the largest county in Florida. But Broward County, where I sit, is the 2nd largest county in the state of Florida. It's also the 17th largest county out of over 3,000 counties in the United States. So it's huge. Broward County has a large Caribbean diaspora, and in particular, as Council General Mayor mentioned, a Jamaican diaspora, which helps when it comes to goods and products from Jamaica, but they're the ones mainly buying the goods. So in Broward County, we facilitate a lot of trade by having our 2 ports. I mentioned the Hollywood International Fort Lauderdale Airport, which currently has about 35 flights a week into Jamaica, passengers as well as cargo, with airlines like Southwest. I flew in on JetBlue, and you have Caribbean Airways and Spirit Airlines, which we hope will continue out of Fort Lauderdale. And of course, we have our Port Everglades, which is actually the 15th largest container port in the United States. Port Everglades also has a foreign trade zone, and that's important because a lot of times you can bring in products. We mentioned peppers, but you can bring in, say, the peppers into that area at the port, have it bottled, labeled, and shipped out know, if it's being sent around the country, you only pay duty on the finished product. So this is an opportunity, especially for small businesses, to utilize the port facility. There is storage facilities there where you can store your product before you send it to market, use our cold storage facilities. And so there's a lot more information you can find on foreign trade zones, and we're going to have a section specifically on that at our FITSI Expo coming up in October. And of course, as I mentioned, the diaspora, large diaspora population who really helps to purchase the products that is sent to Broward County. And Broward County itself is able to, again, it is the hub, the global hub of the United States and the Americas, really, South America, North America, where you can ship your products. So more information, I'm sure, will be forthcoming, and we encourage people to learn more from Broward.org, which is our website. And for the FITSI Expo, it's FITSIExpo.com, and you're going to have over 70 countries at our expo from all over the world where you can meet the businesses from Broward County who are looking to do business with the agricultural sector. They'll be present, whether it's for bottling or processing collaborations with those companies in Broward County. That's all available to you. So I encourage you. It is free to attend, but if you're going to be an exhibitor, there is a nominal fee as well. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I want to encourage everyone to, those of you who have never been to FITSI, it's a very large expo. It's a great opportunity to showcase your products. There was a lady yesterday who told me that she's coming. She wants to be there. She's going to do a courtesy visit first at the continent. And she wants to set up her booth at FITSI. I'm encouraging you as well to be a part of the expo. So as we move down the line, the same question, just in a couple lines, the opportunity you see between Jamaica and your market as Walker's Wood, and specifically for you, expectations, somebody listening and would like to supply Walker's Wood, what are some of the expectations you have?
I mean, I would say that one of the best secrets that we've had as to our success is that we have picked specific markets and stayed with those markets and built within that. And we've never decided to look outside until we knew that our partner was fully satisfied. A lot of us can get inured at the potentials for new market opportunities, but unless you're geared up and ready to truly step in that without it being at the expense of an existing market, it's better to grow and hold where you are. That's truly been a strong key point for Walker's Wood. That's why we have the relationships in the US with Walmart and Publix, because these buyers and these stores, they're looking at numbers, right? And it's called fulfillment rate. And the score is very high, and if you fall below that, telling them that there was a hurricane or you've had these issues, you might get a small tear. That's it, they're moving on. So stay focused. You can't make any mistakes with Publix, you have to deliver. No, hey, we love them, and trust me, again, we pick them up for choosing the authentic route and going that way. And for any farmers that are there that want to supply Walker's Wood, we encourage, as I said, we have an 80,000 square foot facility in Walker's Wood, St. Ann, that sits open waiting on supplies from Jamaican farmers for our core projects.
Thank you very much. All right, so the last three presenters, I really want to open up for some more questions. So, in as succinctly as you can, the opportunity that exists now for those listening here and what you're presenting in terms of your machinery, etc. What is the opportunity on the table in just a few sentences?
Thank you so much. I will summarize it in two aspects. One of them is that as GCV became the third largest manufacturer in the world by number of machines built, we expanded the footprint. We now have manufacturing in China, India, Brazil, and the US. So in our mind, we had the issue that some people had the perception that it was an unattainable machine. Now we are competing with the same components, longer warranties. We're talking about the backhoe loader, 2 years, 4,000 hours, built in different locations, which improves the price at the level of the consumer. So that's one. The other one is that JCB, because of the design of the hydraulics, is 25% better and more efficient in fuel. So you will invest less and you will win the difference of the price of the machine compared to another quality in less than a year. So those are the two aspects that I want to mention that will be gains for Jamaica.
If somebody is here and they would like to get more information, you have a booth?
We have the booth here,
okay.
And Stewart Industrial is a distributor, Bell Road 22 in Kingston.
Excellent, excellent. Stephen, quick as you can, I'm going to go to some questions, but same thing, what is the opportunity from ASL to the Jamaican market?
So I think we are just beginning to scratch the surface with the health and wellness. There are a lot of plants endemic to Jamaica that needs to be explored. And if what I would say, what I would offer, we have a ISO 17025 accredited laboratory. If you all do the right research and are able to present not just scientifically but business-wise what you're trying to do, we will provide the first series of testing at no charge to all Jamaican farmers.
Excellent. Excellent. Same question to you, Kirby.
I think that's a simple one for Home Choice. Just stay unique as Home Choice do. We create new products for the market, or sometimes in trend. COVID, we have turmeric and we have ginger, so we just stay in trend with the market. At Christmas come, we can get sorrel, and a bottle or sorrel all year round. But as for my MSMEs, as Vice President of the JMA, I'd like to talk on behalf of them that they have unique products, innovative products that need to push. I mean, whoever heard about Aki Fudge, and then with Mother Earth being here, she'll be with the first company to produce locally non-dairy milk and non-dairy cheese. So hopefully those will come to the market from Jamaica. So the opportunity is vast. We intend to plan aloe vera to have our first aloe vera gel and aloe vera in the market from Jamaica. So the opportunity is just wide open, and we thank the AIC for believing in us and endorsing our cluster.
Thank you very much. Scientific Research Council, those of you here, let me just do a shameless plug for them. If you have a product or would like to develop a product, reach out to them as well. They have a booth in the exhibition hall. So at this time, we have 2 mics. Anyone who would like to ask a question, we will take a few questions from mic left and mic right. And we will then close off on this section. I'm going to ask you to go to the mics quickly and announce your name and just a company. Not a long thing, just name and company you're associated with, and then you can direct your question.
Okay, greetings. I'm Perry Coots from Living Food and Juices, a certified herbal physician. So, of course, my question would be going to Mr. Stephen Jones. Maybe this is just gratitude to say, extending gratitude to know that yesterday I came up and I spoke about this, and today my prayer has been answered. So I'm not going to take up any more time. You're going to be my best friend. Give thanks for that.
Blessings, blessings. Thank you so much for that comment.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raquel Lowe Jones. I'm a doctor by day, specifically a kidney physician, so it's very encouraging to hear of the medicinal purposes of our homegrown plants. Secondly, I'm a mother of a teenager who is very interested in agriculture, and I'm a bit perturbed that I don't see much young persons. And if the sustainability of agriculture needs to be perpetuated in Jamaica, we should be seeing a lot more of our young persons here. That's the second comment. And the last comment, I am also representing the Portland Beekeepers Association. So I want to thank Jason for sponsoring our trip here today. And I haven't heard much about bees and the importance of bees in agriculture, which is the foundation of agriculture: plants, pollination, animals.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. And I know that bee farming, I didn't get to see it on the whole agenda, but you're right. I remember when I had cantaloupes, we were particular to get bees to ensure that it was properly pollinated, and that was a major step in the production, so you're correct. And thank you for coming from Portland and sharing with us. Any other questions before we close out? Mr. Tourism, by the way, I'm happy you're up. Ladies and gentlemen, I've not heard it mentioned by anyone yet, and I hope I'm not going to steal your thunder, but it's estimated that we could have over 10,000 new hotel rooms over the next number of years. I can't say 5 or 6 years, but that deserves a round of applause. You heard the minister speaking earlier. Lots of exciting things are taking place in the country. The country is definitely moving in the right direction. And my message to everybody is the time to invest is now. Every company you see here represented or in the audience or exhibited started from an idea. Somebody sat down in an audience like this, had an idea, but had the courage to move forward with it. So if you have an idea, if you feel a little itching in the spirit, yield to the Spirit, brothers and sisters, and move forward with confidence. Can I get an amen? My brother, go forward.
No pressure though. All right, great. So this is kind of mainly for Karima. We work a lot with a lot of artisans and start-up suppliers. Let's say in Jamaica, you have a lot of samples, but they don't get to where it's ample. And I just wonder, in terms of getting now to export, getting to the global reach, especially with technology available to us today that we didn't have a couple of years ago, what would you say is like a step-by-step growth and scaling up process that you would recommend to us, a small startup operation here in Jamaica now that has a great product but needs to get to the stage of always with it?
First of all, you can't start big, you have to start small, so you have to creep. So when we started, we were going like piggybacking on a lot of larger companies. We started with Jamaican Teas, National Baking Company. So there are a lot of players in the market, or especially within our association. I'm encouraging persons to join the Jamaican Manufacturers and Exporters Association, because you can join if you're a farmer, you can join if you're an agriculture. You cannot do this by yourself. Join any association that you can join, and you will have network linking. As I said, it doesn't happen overnight, but it's not that difficult. It just takes a lot of little steps to get to that point. I cannot even believe I'm actually speaking about it. I'm actually here, because I've listened to persons in the last forum, Invest Forum, I think 3 years ago, and I was not there yet. So we're doing like 240-foot containers into New York, mixed containers to one customer, and that is really, really a credit for home choice like this one.
Excellent. Before we take the final question, on the count of 3, I want you to say collaboration. Everybody say, because we can't do none of this by ourselves. We have to work together with partners. We have to collaborate. So on the count of 3, I want you to say collaboration. And nobody get too stushan. I want everybody say it. 1, 2, 3. Collaboration. That's what we need in the nation to have further penetration and generation, coordination, and good vibration.
One second, please. 1 second. 2 seconds. Light was in my eyes and I didn't remember my dear friend, Irie. Irie, can you stand up for me, please? I think you should visit her booth. She used herbal herbs to make her products. So she has vitamin drops and everything. So I'm encouraging everybody to visit her booth. Thank you.
Excellent. You know, you did promise her before you make sure you do it, right? Good. Okay, the final question before we wrap up, and then we'll take a picture with all our panelists.
Good afternoon, I'm Gloria Malcolm Foster, and the question is for Commissioner Davis. You mentioned that there is an expo or a trade show that takes place in October. I didn't get the time in October and how long it lasts. Could you tell us what that is all about?
Certainly. It's called FITSI, which is the Florida International Trade and Cultural Expo, October 22nd and October 23rd. For more information, though, I would suggest you, if you can, go on fitseexpo.com, FITCEXPO.com, or on broward.org. But all the information is there, and it's an all-day conference on the 22nd and 23rd of October. And you know, it's just a stone throw away. It didn't cost me much to get here. So I'm sure because traveling to Broward is not that expensive, everybody here should be trying to make that trip. Thank you.
And by the way, just to follow, that expo was started by a Jamaican, Dale Holness, former Broward Mayor, Dale Holness. He's not here, but let's give him a round of applause. All right, you are going to be brought up. All right. Last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Shanti, and I'm from South St. Elizabeth, on the Peter Plains. We do a lot of farming, but I am the chairman of the Jamaica Fishermen's Cooperative Union.
Jamaica what?
Fishermen's Cooperative Union.
Okay.
And we sell fishing tackles, but our fishermen are having difficulties in getting their lobsters. The price is very low, and we catch. Probably the catch is a bit up, and because I don't think demand and supply that will cause the price to fall. But I was hearing about the export, the persons here who buy a lobster company, lobster here, or lobster could be a part of their thing. And the other thing is that with the workers, we used to supply scallion and pepper to workers. Myself and my son-in-law, Gail Evans, we used to bring a lot of scallion to the workers and pepper. I used to plant pepper into the scallion. So I hope we can renew that relationship. And one more thing, I am a part of the environmental committee of the Jamaica Fishermen's Forum. A few days ago, we planted 21 trees between coconut and tulip and sea grape in Hellshire. We planted Montego Bay, we planted Treasure Beach, and we planted different beaches on the island. Our success rate is about 70%. We ask persons when we plant the tree to adapt the tree, to take care of it until it can take care of itself. So, as the environmental committee, we are doing this alone, and we want to see who want to join in with us, because we have a very big plan in planting trees along the policy areas. We have approached other government agencies, but the trees that they are offering is not able to withstand the sea frost. So we have to develop those trees with the sea grape, tulip, and almond is the one who will withstand that harsh condition much better. So thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for your support for the environment. Boy, I tell you, I was hoping to wrap up, but my good friend now come to the mic and put me under pressure. Mr. Astor Black.
Greetings.
All right.
Greetings in the name of Most High.
Final question, Astor, and then take it.
I'd like to big up Dale Holness also from Broward County, first Lauderhill, because he formulated the sister city organization between Falmouth and Lauderhill. And you know, Lauderhill is now referred to as Jamaica Hill. So, you know what I would like to tell all the farmers here, we asked the Prime Minister to endorse the North Coast Highway from Montego Bay Airport to Ocho Rios to be called the Reggae Highway. And I would love all of you
to endorse that because reggae is bigger than rock, naturally. They're building a hard rock hotel on the road, so we say we can build a reggae walk of fame hotel. So I would love everyone to big up the reggae highway. See,
big up. Big up. And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we call it the diaspora, but at the last diaspora conference, a gentleman wearing his dreads come forward and said, we don't want a diaspora because we are the living spora. So we may have to change the name from diaspora. I'm going to invite my distinguished panel to Mr. Rice. Can we give him a big round of applause? I did get to do my shameless plug, new cargo airline, Connex in the house, Miami to Kingston, Natalie and Road. That's my shameless plug. And let's take a picture now of the panels, and please give your moderator a round of applause. And a bigger round of applause for the distinguished panelists. Thank you very much. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again, please, for Consul General Oliver Mayer, who ably moderated that panel, and their panelists, please, all of them, put your hands together for all of them, please, and their contribution. Very good, valuable information, right? Actionable, and we were able to understand everything, to connect with it, and we got some really good gems that we can put into practice right away. Thank you again to our panelists and moderator. Well, we are moving forward. I know we are a little behind time, but we're going to keep it going because we do have lunchtime, and I know you want to taste a piece of Jamaica, right? Exactly. So we're going to be keeping it moving, and this time we're going to invite to the stage our next panelists and our moderator. This one is on the Jamaica Special, this one is on the business route, the business of local flavor, connecting Jamaican farms and agro-processors to the tourism sector. That's the name of it. We're inviting to the stage Mr. Christopher Tenny, Vice President of Investments and Linkages at JAMPRO, to come forward. Mr. Tenny has fans in the audience. He's just turning around and waving to the audience. No autographs, please. You know, he's here for a short time. And we're inviting to the stage our panelists. We have with us from the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, Ms. Kelly Dawn Hamilton, CEO. And she actually has a very special presentation on the Special Economic Zones in Action, Strategic Investment. Also invited to the stage, Dr. Kerry Wallace, our Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and soon to be Big Pharma. And we are inviting Mr. David Fairman, VP of the Best Dressed Foods. Best Dressed Chicken, I thought it was a group name. More best dressed things, you know, chicken and best dressed eggs, best dressed chickens. Thank you so much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, that completes our panelists, and I now turn you over to our very able moderator.
Thank you very much, Debbie, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, or have a good afternoon, still early afternoon. I am going to ask our Chief Executive Officer from the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority to lead us out with a special presentation. Kelly Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, Kelly Dawn Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Chris, and good afternoon, everybody. So I do have a PowerPoint presentation, and my job here today, ladies and gentlemen, is really to take you through, make the link between planting your seeds, rearing your animals, and moving up the value chain, because that is what the Special Economic Zone framework allows. So this morning, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit about our global context, and I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. The world population is intended to increase, or projected to increase, to 9.7 billion by 2050. What this means is that we need to produce approximately 50 to 60% more food today than we are producing now. We also will need to balance quality with quantity. We'll have resource constraints. We have to face things like climate change in our country, Jamaica. We'll need more arable lands, more fresh water, more energy. Agriculture currently uses 70% of fresh water globally, and that means that we will require more in order to meet this need. Innovation and sustainability. So we will need to incorporate that more in order to feed these additional persons. Nearly 30% of all foods that are produced are lost, right? Whether through waste or we just lose the output. We need better storage, better packaging, and of course, consumer education. So these are some challenges that we have. Or these are some opportunities that we have. Jamaica's value proposition. We know it, we spoke about it, we punch above our weight, we little, but we tallow. So there's a strong demand for Jamaican products. A few years last year, we would have participated in trade missions in the US, UK, Canada, and really taking our business persons, and Home Choice was one of those companies that participated with us, and taking our business persons to different companies across these countries. And one thing that was repeated was that they can't get enough Jamaican goods, so the demand is there for our products. We have an incentive regime through the SEZ. We also have productive input relief, but my job here this morning, ladies and gentlemen, is to really speak about SEZ. We have proven experience in the sector, we have warehouses, increased tech and innovation, strong logistics network, preferential access through trade agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, there is untapped potential, and that is why you're here today, to understand what those are, and to understand how we take advantage of them. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the logistics landscape, just to make the connection that if we're going to grow, if we're going to increase our output, we have to export, right? But we know that there is also an opportunity for the local market, because we heard that we are importing a lot of things. The fish minister spoke about earlier, so we have potential all around. If we're talking about logistics, we have to talk about our new airline, yes, that is allowing us more space and capacity to get our goods in and out of the island. Connect Air Cargo, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I said it in my head. Connect Air Cargo. So ladies and gentlemen, we have untapped opportunities in a number of areas, and I just honed in on a few produce here. And of course we know that we have livestock as well, and we have the fisheries, and we have other areas. But Aki is an untapped export king. Jamaica is one of the few FDA approved exporters of Aki. Ginger, Jamaica's gold spice. Turmeric, wellness giant. Suddenly, breadfruit is trending. All of us probably grew up with a breadfruit tree in the backyard. We never know that breadfruit would now be termed gluten-free, health this, high this, whatever, but breadfruit is trending, and we have it here in abundance. Avocado. When I was growing up, I knew it as pear. And you go out on the tree and you pick the pear and you eat it with a piece of bread. No, it's avocado. You have avocado toast, and it is in high demand. And the pear, the avocado that we have here in Jamaica, like our people, is special. So there is big opportunity for avocado orchards. Pimento, allspice, can't get enough of it. Overseas, our diaspora wants it, and persons outside of the diaspora as well. And there's a lot of opportunity to get into more value adding. We heard Stephen Garbutt speak, Sean Garbutt speak earlier, Walkerswood, about the potential, yes, about his value added services, and that has translated translated into him being in Publix. Home Choice, same thing, value-added services. And so this is where the special economic zone regime comes in. So what is the SEZ? Basically, simply put, it's a designated space within which you get access to incentives, you operate under a different customs regime, and by different, more flexible. Why would the government do this? So how many persons familiar with free zones? Yes, we have heard about free zones. So this is not that. The SEZ is a modernization of the free zone regime. So under the free zone regime, you had to export up to 80% of your output. What the SEZ regime facilitates is that wherever you want to sell, we heard the opportunity for local selling. And so the SEZ allows you to sell in any market of your choice, any market that makes sense for your business. So the regime was put in place in 2016. We're almost 10 years old. There's no export quota requirement. We also have a work from home, but for our agriculture sector, depending on what you're doing, you could. Because we're going to need the support services on the agriculture as well. It's a whole industry, and we're about developing an industry, an ecosystem around the industry in order for it to grow. We have prohibited industries, but the truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen, is that agriculture is a priority industry for us. So SEZ is for agriculture. What that means is that we're looking again at the value add. So high value crops, the areas that we're looking at, high quality nutraceuticals, tech focused greenhouses, agro-processing. So if you have a facility that is doing these activities, if your company is undertaking these activities, you can benefit from the SEZ. Cold chain and logistics, those fall within our special economic zones as well. And ultimately, what SEZs provide, when you bring your goods into your zone, you're not paying any duties on the items, you're not paying any general consumption tax on the items that you purchase for use in your zones. So when you're setting up your warehouse facility, or when you're setting up your cold storage facility, whatever you purchase, whatever machinery you purchase, no duties, no GCT. You're also paying a lower corporate income tax rate. So this differs from the productive input relief in that way, in that your corporate income tax rate that you currently pay is approximately 25%. For those of you who don't know, that can go down to 17.75 with the application of tax credits. In the SEZ, you're paying 12.5%, and that can go down to 7.75% as well. So agriculture, agro-processing, agro-technology, priority for growth for us at the Special Economic Zone Authority. So just a view of what the incentives are, and these are our fiscal incentives. No GCT as I mentioned, 50% stamp duty relief from income tax on rental income. So let me tell you how that works. If you have land and you're seeking to develop it, let's say you want to support the farming industry by providing that land space. If you become a special economic zone developer, and you decide to lease the land, whatever you collect in terms of rental income, you do not pay any corporate income tax on that. Let me repeat, you may not have heard. Whatever you collect in terms of rental income as a developer, you pay 0% corporate income tax. What that means, yes, in effect, you're paying no corporate income tax. So you build out the facility, you build out that agro park. Now what that does, having gotten these incentives, you are operating at a lower cost, which means you are able to provide your services at a lower cost, right? Making us more competitive when you're selling locally and internationally. Now, you can come in as in two ways in the special economic zone. So we spoke about the developer, you are the landholder, right? In terms of the eligibility requirements, you must have issued and paid up share capital of 1.5 million, and persons use the land to show that, and other assets to show that capital. And of course, you must be in one of the permitted industries. For the occupant, and so now this is for a company like Home Choice that is doing the productive activity. when Home Choice sets up in the zone, they have to show issued and paid up share capital of $25,000 and capitalization of $50,000 in the first year, which they would have. Now, why Home Choice would want to set up in the zone? Because they too benefit from the lower corporate income tax rate, 0% GCT on any purchase for use in the zone, 0% rate of duty in the zone. And of course, again, that low corporate income tax rate. So it's a lower cost structure for companies that are seeking to grow their business. Now, some projects that we have in the pipeline, Minister would have spoken earlier about the Cayman Special Economic Zone, and we have had persons coming up to ask how can they get in, because they have agro-processing business that they would like to do. It's 700 acres, 400 acres that will be built out to facilitate this type of activity. So agro-processing space, manufacturing, logistics, all that will take place at the Caymanas. And if you don't know where it is, it's in St. Catherine on the Mandela Highway, right after you pass at Fesco gas station. If you're heading to Montego Bay, it's on your left, and it's that area after you pass Fesco, that entire area of land down to about the entrance to Port Moore. Another opportunity that we have in our special economic zone is a pharmaceutical zone. Right now, one of the persons who asked a question earlier, she said that beekeeping is the base of everything agriculture. Absolutely. And agriculture is the base of everything else that we do. And so for our pharmaceutical industry, we have developed an opportunity, and we're shopping into our private sector investors. And it's looking at setting up a manufacturing hub using pharmaceuticals, right? A pharmaceutical hub. So, there are a number of opportunities as it relates to an agricultural park. There are models of them that exist, and I encourage you to look at Ethiopia, Kenya. Mexico has used the model quite successfully, and they have developed clusters around their special economic zones. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a booth here. We're in the exhibition hall. Team members, SCZ team members, if you can just raise your hands so that people can identify you. Thank you. So whatever questions you have, we're here to facilitate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tenny. So we now know what the Special Economic Zone Authority can do for us. She's really laid out some very alluring facilities and options for us thinking of going into business in the business of agriculture. We heard this morning, those of you who were here, heard from Minister Floyd Green that the government has agricultural linkages for tourism as a top priority. So we know that this is very important. What I'm going to do for our panel is that we're very lucky. Dr. Kerry Wallace has prepared a presentation that can set the stage. So I'm going to invite him to the podium to make his introductory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for Dr. Kerry Wallace, CEO of the Tourism Enhancement Forum.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here. I think all the organizers who have made this event possible. I mean, it's such a brilliant thing to do. I was surprised it hadn't been, the 10th anniversary. Jamaica Agri-Invest Conference just makes so much sense to bring all the rainbow together, all the stakeholders together for the advancement of this industry. So I would want to ask the question, can we create a link between tourism and the agri-industry to create a first world Jamaica? Many of you here would have visited a first world country. We all probably have relatives in a first world country. Big question, why don't we create a first world country here? Or a developed country. I know some people say the politically correct way of saying it is a developed country, not first world. But I say first world, everybody gets it, right? Why can't we have the quality of life, the quality of income, the quality of safety, the quality of housing, the quality of public health, the quality of transportation? Why can't we create it here? We believe that we have the assets, certainly from a tourism perspective, that provides us that hook that can pull enough dollars from the rest of the world into Jamaica to create that kind of income for our country. But it won't stay here if we don't allow that dollar to spread right into the communities of Jamaica. And in order to do that, we have to build up the supply to tourism. We have to build up the reach, the expansion of tourism, not just coming in to hotels, but coming into the country. And so the few slides I have will point to how I see us making that happen. Thankfully, we have a tourism linkages network hosted in the TEF. In fact, I'm going to sing about Carolyn McNamara-Riley, who heads that department, and her team. Let's give her a round of applause, please. To create that bridge between tourism and linkages. So, tourism as it is contributes 30% of GDP. It provides a third of all the jobs in Jamaica. Last year, 4.15 million visitors, and I just pause to say that when you have 4.15 million persons on vacation, I think you can all relate to this. They consume a little bit more than persons going about their regular business, right? When you wake up in the morning and you eat a Pop-Tart or you have a toast and then go to work, when you're on vacation and it's all inclusive, eating a full breakfast, full lunch, full dinner, full jerk chicken on the beach, you're really consuming a lot more. We earned 4.3 billion in earnings last year, and the projection is just more growth. In a few short years, we'll have 20,000 additional rooms. I don't know how many of you would have passed the Hard Rock coming, that construction. If you go west, you pass the Pinnacle, going that construction, going up, huge growth coming into Jamaica from a tourism standpoint, which translates into more consumption, more need for products and services made in Jamaica. I have to pick up my minister, who is also back here, apologize for not being able to be here. But here is the challenge. While the Caribbean is the most tourism-dependent region on the planet, while the Caribbean has the bluest waters on the planet, not sure how many of you knew that, the bluest, so when you look at the whole globe, and many of the waters are gray and dark, whatever. The region that has the bluest waters is the Caribbean. And here, the local sourcing for agricultural products into the hotels is at 32%, meaning a 68% of opportunity. Thankfully in Jamaica we're slightly higher. The highest in the Caribbean is the Dominican Republic. And in that country they have a lot of mega farms that are supplying the mega hotels that are there. We have mega hotels coming into Jamaica, but we still have to be facilitating the combination of a lot of the smaller farmers to be able to meet the demand, and we're at 40% of the supply to the hotels. So there is a need for investment into growing these farms, into mega farms, to be able to meet that supply. The best way I can describe it is to say, imagine lifting up your farm and migrating with it to a first world nation. And you would imagine the type of changes you would have to make, the volumes to have economies of scale, the consistency of quality and delivery and efficiencies and so on, the mechanization that you would have to go into. That is pretty much how we have to think as farmers in Jamaica. Because from a tourism standpoint, first world has come to Jamaica. IBO stars have 100 hotels globally. Reels have 98 hotels globally. Forget the Marriott. Marriott has 9,000 hotels globally. So when they put one in Jamaica or two in Jamaica or several in Jamaica, they are bringing that first world model from Central office in Spain or wherever it is, and just applying that model here in Jamaica. So how Jamaica tourism grew with, you can't know people, Miss Mary's son who can't cook, so you're hiring, and those days are done. You better have the qualification, you better have the supplies, you better sign the contracts, you better have the delivery, you better be operating at first world standards. So, but it's a great opportunity because the kind of volumes that you can move when you enter that space is phenomenal. Now, it's a $2.9 billion US opportunity. So I do encourage more and more persons to get involved. One of the big things that we tend not to do in Jamaica is partner, and not to collaborate as much. And that is an opportunity for our agricultural industry. If we can create cooperatives so that the cooperative gets a contract and combined you can meet those supplies. We provide training and linkages on how to be able to meet the demand in the hotels. We actually get the research on what is being demanded by the hotels that Jamaicans can reproduce. Now, one of the areas that is rarely talked about is for you to get involved in tourism, not just by supplying the hotels, but for you to become a tourism entity yourself from your farms. Meaning visitors come and have the experience of being on your farm. Massive industry globally. And it's set for growth. It's 8.1 billion last year. It's set to grow to double by 2030. In the US alone, 28,000 farms are into agritourism. Strawberry picking. In Italy alone, they have what they call tourism, which is where the experience is walking through the vineyards and then you're stomping on grapes and then you sample the wines and you learn about winemaking. 9,000. Remember, Jamaica gets 4.15 million last year. They get 9,000 every year, 9 million every year, just for that type of farm tourism. Let's call it that, tourism. We have the best coffee in the world, best ginger in the world, best turmeric in the world, best jerk in the world, chicken, and pork, and so on. Sure doesn't get misconstrued. So there is opportunity. We see it happening. We see Sush in the Bush doing it. In fact, New Zealand has the highest level of agritourism in the world. They have great farm tourism partnerships. They have government-supported certifications so that it gives the confidence in the visitors going. And they average $108,000 US per annum, each farm. So imagine you have a farm and you're going to add this. You're still selling products now, where you're going to add this type of income. And we have some persons doing it. We have Stush in the Bush that does it as well. But as I say, Jamaica has an unfair competitive advantage. I don't know how we were so blessed. If I was another country, I wouldn't like Jamaica. I'd be too jealous. How can you be such a small island and have so many things going for you? How are you so blessed? Best ginger, best coffee, best turmeric. And so the opportunity for us is to convert that into wealth. So Sandals has done it, 81% of their agricultural products is sourced locally. And as I mentioned, Sush on the Bush has done that concept as well too. The linkages, we are here to facilitate. We have meetings with the purchasing managers of hotels and all suppliers for them to meet to buy their products. We have a partnership with the Exim Bank to provide funding for you to upscale, for you to mechanize, for you to grow and get bigger with your business, supplying tourism. We have the Alex platform, digital platform that ensures that all the small farmers still have an opportunity, still have a bridge to the hotels. When the hotel come and say they want a container load of carrots per week, which farmer in Jamaica can go for that? So you have to therefore work with many farmers, and the purchasing manager said, listen, I can't have a whole day of 20, 30 farmers me counting all carrots to receive them. So this was our answer. Make it all digital. The farmers go online, put in what they have each morning, they click, click, click and add it up, and that's how we supply to them. That's how we're able to bridge that gap. And this is the kind of volume, I mean, we've done over 450 million already since the start of the year. So we're doing all that we can to facilitate our farmers stepping up to where they can supply tourism. Thank you. SMTE loan, that's what I mentioned, that we put $1 billion to on lend to small and medium enterprises, so it's farmers and manufacturers as well. One of the things we've done too is when the tourism stakeholders come to us and say, listen, we have dire shortage of certain products, we actually step in and say, listen, everybody complaining we can't get any lines and so on. We're going to help our farmers, give them the expertise, give them the seedlings, give them the technical know-how to be able to bolster that business. Strawberries is another one, a very perishable product, and so it turned out that we could fetch a much higher margin if our farmers in Jamaica supplied the hotels with berries, strawberries and so on. So we went in and invested, bought greenhouses for farmers and so on, and they themselves scaled up and supplied tourism to the point now where they're all driving Audis and BMWs and so on. It's a very, very successful program. We've done food safety training. The hotels have HACCP standards and they have to source supplies. So we have to go into the farms to say, listen, this is the standard so that the sourcing can match so that you can have the contracts for the hotels. So overall, I partnered with JSIP as well. I heard persons talking about that, so I will say that slide. But what I just want to finish with is the opportunities. Horticulture for tourism. Again, many farmers don't tend to think about that. All those wedding bouquets, all those decorations and so on, most of them have to be imported. It's expensive to import because they have to be refrigerated and so on. If we can grow those and supply that, the tourism sector will double that up easily. Again, we have to move from sample to ample. We have to move from understanding where it can be a crop-style farming, meaning you start one time of the year and plant, then you fertilize and weed and whatever, and then you have one big harvest, and then you try and look at market and then sell, and then you don't have any more until the next season. Those days are done. In fact, that's how we grew up. You know, after we sell the big harvest, everybody make money and we buy some rum and drink and have a carnival. In fact, what is a carnival in Barbados called? Crop over. In tourism, you can crop cannot be over. Every day, buffalo. So you have to have tiered farming, you have to have precision farming, so that when you have a contract with a hotel to deliver, you are supplying week after week after week consistently. Agro-process, you know, they want to move fast as well, so if you can get the jam, the sauces from the products rather than having to peel and get it ready for the buffet, then it's something that they would prefer as well. There's another project that Linkage's team is doing, which is recognizing that because our clientele in the hotels are predominantly from overseas, they will come with their particular tastes that our chefs here know how to prepare the meals for them. And so in order to do that, they will need certain spices and certain herbs and so on that are not familiar to many Jamaicans. Vegetables and so on, the arugula, the asparagus, you know, when you talk to a farm outside here, they say, "Pastor, what I no clue on how to grow those," and so inevitably these chefs will have to import them from overseas. One of the things we've done with our Linkages program, we've gone into all the agricultural schools, bringing the list of these culinary herbs and training those students on how to grow these culinary herbs so that they can supply the tourism sector. That's one of the outstanding programs that we're doing as well too, and that we're investing in JSIP to ensure we have the cold storage and so on to make sure those supplies are consistent. So I just want to share the opportunity that we have in the tourism space, bearing in mind that all these hotels where they may have 1 or 2 branches in Jamaica, they have a network of hotels across the globe. And so you get in with an outstanding product, it means you can get into their 100 hotels across. So tremendous opportunity for us to grow step by step and be able to supply the hotel chains right across the world. So that's the opportunity I want to share with you. Thanks.
Let's hear it for, thank you very much, Kevin. Let's hear for Dr. Wallace. He's really sitting for us very nicely. He has right-sized the opportunity. It's $2.9 million US, 68% roughly of that size of the market. It's, I think of tourism linkages as a way to export without actually exporting, because the foreign market has come on shore. And there is so much that they will need. Everything that you use at home, they will need there. Okay, everything that you use at home, they will need while they're remaining here. So every kind of vocation or business, any kind of production you do could be relevant and an opportunity for you with our tourism market. I wondered if I could ask Dave Fairman if he wanted to add anything from his perspective. Dave?
Thanks, Chris. I just want to say, just listening to some of the presentations before, I would classify myself as a dreamer, right? Dream the dream before you live the dream. And if we all were just thinking about what would Jamaica look like if we were able to properly integrate agriculture into the tourism space. We talk about horticulture, we talk about farm tourism, right? And then there is the bigger part of it, which is how we integrate the food chain into the tourism sector. And if we were to just, as I say, I dream a lot. So if you think about it and we say, look, what would Jamaica look like if we were able to get that done? We will transform this country, basically. And the mega hotels that have been coming into Jamaica over the last several years have changed the game, quite frankly, in Jamaica. They, not just from a visitor arrival standpoint, and they bring in their own travel agents and tourists into the island, but in terms of the supply chain network, it's not like a small hotel anymore. Small hotels used to get their inputs a lot from the small farmers, etc., that can just naturally scale into that space. When you get into the big mega hotels like a Rio, for example, as you heard, I think the presenter said yesterday, they have to just choose a few hotels. They just can't supply it, right? So the opportunities are boundless for us. I think we really need, with mega hotels, we need mega projects in agriculture. And one of the things that the poultry sector has I think, taught us here is how to control that narrative and be able to scale up as those investments come. So tourism may be, in terms of the poultry sector, maybe somewhere in the region of 20%, right? But it's growing, right? But the mega hotels require consistency in supply, right? So this on and off thing cannot work with hotels, and that's where we are losing the battle. So yes, I think some of the things we are doing with the agro parks, etc., will help to alleviate some of the issues, and I think we will get there. But for me, that is like organic. What we really need is some major investments in agriculture, right? We need big partnerships. There are companies out there, if it can't be done here, there are companies out there internationally that we need, just like we attract hotels and companies to come here. We can scale up, and I think, Chris, we really need to also embrace the technology, right? So in poultry, we control the entire value chain. So when we control the entire value chain, that doesn't mean that our best dressed chicken is the only player in our business. We have all our farmers. We have somewhere in the region of about 65 to 70 contract farmers which have invested billions of their own dollars into producing poultry, right? And then, yes, we collect and process and market, but also the whole distribution chain is also, the logistics is also important, right? And again, we have many independent contractors that are controlled by us so that we can ensure timely delivery, because that's also important to the hotels and with the consistency. So I'm just saying that I think the entire value chain for all the agricultural crops, you know, the leafy greens, etc., which is a big opportunity out there, right? We need to be able to scale up to the size of these hotels. And all of those hotels we see coming on stream, the Hard Rock, and I think there's the other one, Palace, that is coming there. These hotels, there's no single farmer that can supply one of those hotels, right? So again, if we dream the dream, guys, and we think about the opportunities that are out there, Jamaica could be transformed. It's the largest employer of labor here, right? And I think we need to also see agriculture as a business. I think Jamaica still, and Jamaicans still see agriculture as a small man type of activity, right? And agriculture, the world over, the countries like the Netherlands, etc., that have really excelled at agriculture, it's no different from any other industry, manufacturing industry. You have engineers, you have biologists, right? People with PhDs, masters, and that could also absorb a lot of our technical people coming out of universities, which quite frankly, if we think about it, we go to university and we do chemistry and biology and so on. How many jobs are here for that? But if we can develop the sector in a meaningful way, that will absorb everybody. You know, so I want to just share some of that perspective.
Thank you very much, Dave. And I'm going to ask Kerry to comment on how he sees the problem, how we can solve that problem, because you laid it up very nicely for us. It's 2/3 of what they consume that we're missing. And you have to ask yourself the question, why are we missing? And I think Dave has laid out some aspects of the problem. You know, we're not consistent. There are issues, inconsistency for quantity and quality. And there are also untapped areas. I understand that furniture is another big wide open area. It doesn't speak to agriculture so directly, but there is a number of other untold opportunities. I did want to do a quick shameless mention that as JAPRO, we're in the partner pavilion downstairs. Our representatives are here. I'm going to ask Andrea Reach, is right in the middle in front, to just give us a little wave. And we also drive a linkage program. It's a sector-specific focus for us, especially for agriculture. So we do also arrange events. Sometimes we work with TF at the same event to bring the buyers and sellers together. And it is remarkable how successful those events are. People are always meeting up and discovering opportunities for the first time, and business gets better after they attend a linkage event. Kieran? Oh, one more thing. So because we want to move quickly, and we don't want to hold up the linkage event downstairs when you're eating lunch. It's important that you eat, and that's an important linkage event as well. I'm going to ask you to send me any questions you have by WhatsApp, if you don't mind. My phone number is 224-3183. Christopher Denny. It's a shameless plug. No, you all have my phone number. All right? So if you need any help from JAPRO, feel free to give me a call. I will repeat the number from time to time. 224-876-224-3183. I'll repeat it from time to time. Kieran?
No, so I think the opportunities that we really have is, so an event like this is a great one. It's bringing all the players together in the room, sharing the opportunities, sharing not just the demand that's there for their products and services, but the opportunities in terms of support that the government agencies are providing for them to step up into. Now, I think we have been in a situation where we, as a Jamaican, you cannot tend to think that, boy, the formal process, the government process, you're looking forward to bureaucracy and it's going to take hard work, sometimes more work than the actual return on investment. But I think in this day and age, where we have this type of administration that's so forward thinking in terms of looking at best how we can lift up our fellow Jamaicans, and you see all the agencies, and always impressed with the other agencies and the projects they are doing and programs that they have as well. I mean, I know we do a lot of things with TEF, but I thought we were like only on our own. But I'm impressed with how many of the government agencies are doing so many things for Jamaicans to get the opportunity to step up. But I think in a lot of cases it's psychological, because they are quicker to see where there's a problem than where there is the opportunity that's in front of them. And I just hope that now that we have a lot of access, we have a lot of technology at our fingertips, access to information is no longer controlled by the few. Every single person here has a smart device and can go on AI and can get all the answers and all the information and in record time. So I believe there's almost nothing left except for us to take action as a people, as a nation, and a big way of pooling resources in order to take a bigger step, I think, is a psychological change. We have a huge trust deficit in this country. So we may have somebody with money, but no time, and we have a farm or a land or opportunity, and we have all the time but no money. In any other nation, they would pool together, and both of them make some good money. In Jamaica, we kind of have a tendency, boy, I can't trust them, this, that. So both of them stay in the position they are. And I think time has come for us to really step forward as a nation, step forward as a people, start having more collaborations, more cooperatives, more partnerships, more boards that then invest together to then create the yield, because otherwise it's going to pass us all the opportunities that are sitting on us right now.
Yes, sir. I remember a panel that presented yesterday, that met yesterday. Dr. Bellamy mentioned any fish you can produce, you can sell. There's no shortage of demand. Nick, I'm forgetting his last name right now, he mentioned any kind of orchard crop, and by the way, we're high on orchard crops, mangoes, breadfruit, ackee, and avocado, we're high on those things. And any amount of that you can produce, you can get not only a market for it, you can get a premium price. The opportunity is sitting there and waiting on us. I'll issue a warning before I ask Tenny to make her comments on how to solve the problem. I heard the ambassador at a recent event, or ambassador to the United States, Anthony Anderson, suggesting that he's getting calls from potential investors looking at Jamaica. If Jamaicans don't invest in Jamaica, others will. This opportunity sitting here, what is the size again? 2.9 billion, waiting for us to make our vocation and make ourselves personally wealthy from it. If we don't move on it, it's not going to sit there forever. The tourists need to be fed right away. Kelly Don.
Thank you very much, Chris. A couple of years ago, I did a SBA for CXC, and I looked at mini-set technology, the production of yam in Sept-19. And at the time, the farmer that I met with was a young man just getting into farming, and he was planting his yam hills using the yam stick, very, very manual process. And I was quite interested because it was a young man who had the opportunity to do anything else, and he chose farming because he saw the vision of farming. None of his other classmates got into that space. He did. He stayed the course. When I met with him the first time around, I said to him, what kind of technology are you using to do this? He said he's not using any technology. He's using the method that his grandfather taught him. I kept following up with him because it interested me. What was quite interesting was that 10 years later, he said to me, everything has changed. And he has now fully incorporated technology into what he's doing. Agri-technology has changed how he has done business. He was able to put his siblings through school without breaking a sweat because of what technology was able to do for his business. And I'm saying all of that to say that, just to emphasize the point, that we do have to look at agriculture differently. We do have to incorporate the elements of business that any other sector does to grow. We do have to look at financing in a different way, and we see DBJ coming with their products to support the market. We do have to look at the linkages and the opportunities that presents. Our hotel sector is huge. And we heard it. We can't supply any one hotel. We have to pick a few or even one in order to supply. And so the opportunity is no. The fact of the matter is that our government agencies are very keen on working together. Chris would have mentioned JAMPRO's role in it, and you know, that is important, because what we don't want either as government is for people to be having to go to many different entities in order to establish. So the time is now. We need to take advantage of it. We have the enabling landscape to do so. We have the incentives around it. We have the financing around it. We have the skills around it. Of course, there may be some gaps that we need to fill, but let's work together to fill that in order for us to achieve the objectives that we know we can. In order for us to not just dream the dreams, but to live the dream.
Thank you very much, Tenny put it together very well. I'll share in her observation, I have noticed a change in the way government operates. They're very proactive. Evidence of that is right here on the stage with two, JAMPRO has been around for a little while, but two of the three agencies that are here are relatively new. I think you're 10 years and 20, but 20 is not so new anymore. But even then I can remember when TEF started. Still able to do that. It's an indication of how serious the government is about having a desired impact on the country, on economic growth. And there are other agencies. Agri-Invest itself, which is the current incarnation of an older agency, they are very proactive. You're here because of them. The government is doing its part to make and facilitate things to happen. It's now over to you to move on this opportunity. So I don't know if you want to share anything additional there.
Chris, I just wanted to also weigh in on technology, right? So one of the real keys for the technology, what it will solve is zero production. One of the challenges right now with agriculture is that we are doing open field agriculture and it's depending on the weather patterns, right? So, you know, if the pattern changes, then you will see it in the supermarkets. Crops are here today, gone tomorrow, right? And one of the big advantages that the greenhouse technology offers is zero production, right? And in addition, you also have higher density, right, of production output as well, within a smaller acreage, less usage of water resources, far less, right? So yes, there's a big barrier to entry because of the capital outlay, right? And this is where I'm saying, I think we have all the stakeholders, you know, whether it's the DBJ, etc., for the finances, but we need to get low rates to allow and encourage people to take the step to make investment, because that investment, and let me emphasize that Canada, the Netherlands, and I use the Netherlands a lot around the place because the Netherlands, as small as they are the second largest exporter of food in the world, right? And they remember, Netherlands is a temperate country, right? All greenhouse technology, right? So it does pay back for itself quickly, but the entry cost is higher. change our approach to farming and see how technology can flatten out the supply chain, the ups and downs.
I want to underline that when I'm going to ask you to go to the microphone. I think we can take questions as we go. One of the observations that I have made in talking to a number of players is that we tend to be smaller players producing for a premium price at a high cost. We tend to be smaller players producing for a premium in-market price, right, above industry market price when compared to similar industries abroad. And we produce things at a high cost. We definitely have a strong niche market. We definitely have a strong captive market when we look at local tourism. If we were to streamline our production and make it more efficient, there's so much value added that we can trap as profit for ourselves. Yes, or I'm going to ask you to identify yourself, say what your affiliation is, and ask your question.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shelley Heaven, the CEO and founder for Farm Linker, and we supply fresh produce to hotels. Our model is really to talk to the hotels to try to understand what their demand is, and then we organize farmers to grow the produce on a schedule to have a consistent supply all year round, because we believe that this is the solution to that inconsistent supply chain that we're having. But one of the things that we have observed is that the entire hotel sector, and this is a challenge that we're having, they have a bidding system, and the bidding system does not facilitate production-based planning or demand-based production. So the question is being asked here, how can we have greater linkages between tourism and agriculture? How can we benefit more? And I believe that the solution can only be found when we shift to demand-based production and production planning. How the bidding system works today is that you win the bid this week and you're required to start delivering next week several thousand pounds of produce per hotel per week, all of which require 12 to 16 weeks to grow or more. Now this to me is chaos, and if we're going to really shift and achieve the benefits that we want, we have to get that shift within the hotel sector to get them to start doing business in a different way, because they're complaining about the problem of inconsistent supply, but they're not recognizing that their own behavior is contributing to the problem. That's my question. What are we doing to shift into this direction? Because I believe that we need to have 60% at least of our production based on demand, and then the other 40% can be based on spot buying and selling.
Right, so I think one of the challenges you're having is because there's more supply than demand from an amount of farmers. And so the hotels are in the drive, they have the handle. And when you're a big player, that they can't go anywhere else because your value of what you supply is nobody else can beat it. Then you have back the handle and they have to come to you to try and get the business. Now, the problem when they could is that Jamaica traditionally you have what, the 300,000 small farmers that we have versus when you go to other countries, it's one family that has acres and acres and acres and produce tons and tons and tons of stuff. So they have quantity, they have quality, they have resources to have deep pockets to be able to tell a hotel, no, I'm not going to supply, I go to the next one. You know, they've invested so much that they're not vulnerable to the ebb and flow of one hotel purchasing manager being a jerk or something like that. The idea is for us to really get big. Now, the good news is that we can have access to information more than ever before. So let's take the Alex program, for instance. If you have the contract to supply them, you may not necessarily be the farmer farming it, where you can go online and find the farmers in your cluster and have a deal with them where you then get that to then meet that demand that they have for you. And it's being done. There are many on the platform that's what they do. In fact, the sandals that I mentioned.
It doesn't solve the problem, and that's why 10 years later, if we don't change, we're still going to be talking about the same thing. Because you say that we need to get big, but how can I, as an investor, or invite investors to come on board to invest in my business to go big without a guaranteed market? We cannot do that. It requires contracts up front, forward contracts prior to planting the goods. That's the model that we need to shift towards.
Well, the good news is that our linkages team is negotiating with they're creating a purchasing managers committee from all the hotels, and they're looking for that type of stipulation with the hotel, that kind of policy.
Yes, and the new ones that are coming, we need to get them to agree to that.
It goes both ways. When they have the contracts, the farmers have to live up to those supplies and make sure that, so what you want a win-win outcome. So there is work in that direction, I'll just say.
So can I jump in? So I think Kerry has indicated some promising possible solutions. I'd like to ask my actuary to make contact with you. We're ready to sit with you, separate on a panel, and work through how we can identify more relevant and meaningful opportunities for you from where we sit. I think it's going to take more time and focus. So would you allow us to do that? And then we'll move on to another question.
Yes, thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kerry.
Right, and we have more linkages booth as well, so please feel free to talk to us some more about it. But we'd love to work with you through that bond.
For sure. I think we have to work together on that solution because your purchasing committee is going to be very key.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Roy Tenny Miller. I do an online program from the diaspora called Tenny Miller Live on Flex FLEXX television online. So I speak with Forum to the diaspora. First of all, I must commend the fact that we are having this, and we are having those kinds of issues, which is good. That means that things are happening and we're moving in the right direction. And oh God, we needed this a long time ago. And it's only a pity we're not doing it every year, but it is so elaborate that I guess it's so costly that we have to hold it every other year. But we hope that maybe some of the money that we use for elections could be channeled into a fund that will be able to facilitate small farmers and small developers, so that money comes to more productivity than talk about time come or yes we're ready, whatever. Now just to speak to two quick things. I'd like to ask Ms. Kerry, your facilitation. Does that include people who want to do CMOS farming, for example, or tilapia, or any kind of oyster farming as was presented by Dr. Bellamy and the minister earlier at different times?
Yes.
Because I'd love to be able to do, I can get 5 acres of seafront to be able to do some oyster farming.
Yes, we do. So let us start.
Good, definitely. Secondly, as it relates to an absence from this conference, I thought I would have seen 10 kids from Case, 10 from Nakalba, 10 from Ebony Park, and 10 from another institution like that, who are the future of the industry, to be here to participate, to understand what is waiting on them and who they might be able to make a future for themselves rather than to scam. So, you can't do everything, and I will take that point very seriously, but in terms of how we go forward, or if we are intending to, and I intend to have a discussion with the Honorable Mr. Scully, because he has done a great job, brilliant, and he must be commended for that. Brilliant, thank you, sir. I'm going to now. So I love to also look at a youth conference in agriculture. Let the minister and the opposition person sit down and take up presentations from these young people and say, this is how we see this by the AI and internet and the cloud, and be able to do that. Because that is so fundamental, because when we speak to transformation and the future, they are the future. So we can't really absence of them.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, and Ms. Kevin said that I chat a lot, but I'm going to finish. As it relates to the diaspora, if a tree drop in the forest and nobody not here, no tree not drop. That's what the adage goes. Meaning that we here need to find, and she has started, I have to big her up because she has started to interface with the diaspora in her way. She's quite an aggressive lady when it comes to the job. Fine. We have to go aggressively, go to the diaspora. Not just through AI and through, but every single opportunity and platform that there is. Because there are Jamaicans in the diaspora, another $2.7 million of them, 2.7 million of them, who are dying to know, because ignorance is not bliss anymore.
Sir,
they need to know the information.
Sir, so, well, I know that Jumper doesn't have an own program, but respectfully, I'm going to, we are running out of time. So I'm going to finish the questions from on the floor. I have one. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I thought your points were very sanitary. Thanks for sharing. I have one question that was asked by WhatsApp. I'm going to pitch it. When hotels cannot get a product, is there still a way to get permission to import from the hotel's perspective? Kerry, I'm going to ask you to take that one.
It depends. There are certain protections that some crops and products have that it requires a bigger deliberation. But you can understand their position if something goes short at the hotel staple that's crucial for them to operate, then it becomes an issue that, negotiation with tourism, with Minister of Finance and so on to be able to alleviate that problem. But what we are most interested in is building out a very robust agricultural sector to be able to supply us hands-on, not just Jamaica, but the rest of the Caribbean. Not just the rest of the Caribbean, but wherever they have other hotels across the world. We want to build out all, so with shortages and those things are a thing of the past. Just like Holland, the Netherlands can do it. I don't see why we can't do it here in Jamaica. We need to be the Usain Bolts of agriculture.
No, I'm going to respectfully ask that the questions be quick because we're out of time. So just give me your first name and your question. We'll get to you later. If you don't get a chance to ask a question, you still have a phone number. I will be accountable to get you a responsive answer. Ras Asta.
As you mentioned, my name is Ras Asta. I'm from Bob Arts Television. I operate an attraction. We find out now as a reggae purist, it's like young people know Vibes Cartel, but they don't know Third World. And I have developed a reggae walk of fame, where we offer a gastronomy experience when the guests come off the ships and come to the Reggae Walk of Fame. The Reggae Walk of Fame is just down the road at Spring Farm and it's across from the Half Moon Hotel. Now we find that within the hotels, the entertainment section is all about Cuba and Dominican Republic. It's not Jamaica, so we don't offer our indigenous Rastafari music to the guests. And I would love the powers that be, Ministry of Culture, and the people in general to let us keep the ambassadors in our mind and promote them more. No, respect.
Thank you very much, sir. Well said. And even as you have put it, we should encourage that. Yes, sir. This is going to be the last two questions. Be very quick for me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anand Kumar. I'm the Vice President of the Jamaica Agribusiness Society. First, I want to thank you for accommodating me, and I want to come in Ms. Wallace. I want to thank you for speaking about horticulture and the opportunities that lie within horticulture. I do know that this is agricultural business forum, but thank you for mentioning it because horticulture is a multi-billion-dollar industry because it made over $60 billion in 2021 and is aimed to make about $19 billion this year and grow by 7.3% in the coming years. As an horticulturist myself and florist, the challenges that we face is the importation of cut flowers. I want to thank you for speaking about Netherlands. Netherlands have an annual tours that they do in terms of their gardens, and they largely supply a lot of cut flowers. The issues that we have here is that we do not know if there are opportunities or technologies are available to us, and the sore point mainly is the cutting and the storage, cold storage of those cut flowers, and also the exportation of plants such as rare plants, such as aerials and steers and anteriors. So I just want to know what opportunities are there for us as horticulturists. Because when you go to the bank and you tell them that you do cut flowers or you raise plants such as anteriors and aerials, they kind of maybe push you to the side a little bit, because they're generally generating a cash crop that will give them a turnover in 6 to 8 weeks. Your process is a lot longer, which you are looking at about maybe 6 months a year in terms of propagation. We have made headway globally in terms of tissue culture, in terms of we are able to replicate and generate plants at a quicker rate. So why is it that those technologies aren't available to us here in Jamaica? Because we have to also, myself included, have to import tissue culture to grow and supply my customers. So I want to know what opportunities are there, and will these resources, are there resources, or will there be resources available in the near future to persons that want to fuel their passion for horticulture?
Well, great question. I think all of us in this room learned a little bit about horticulture. And again, that's just one of the benefits of having a forum like this, bringing the stakeholders together. And I promise you, not just me and my indigenous team, but I'm sure a lot of us are now more knowledgeable about the sector and what's going on in Jamaica and what you're doing. And so the best thing I would say is thank you so much for coming up and speaking. And definitely get everybody's number and go to our booth. And I promise you, we will facilitate the ease of you climbing to become a great supplier and the Association of Horticulturists in Jamaica.
Very well said. Very well said, yes, sir. Final question.
Final question. Thank you very much for taking the time. My name is Halim Kard. I'm a chef and content creator. I've been doing it for almost 12 years now. A couple people know my face in and out of media and through the industry. I had a question directly for Dr. Wallace. I wanted to understand I want to acknowledge the effort that has been put into the gastronomy network over the past couple of years. I remember when COVID had just hit, the event that was supposed to be held was a Blue Mountain Coffee Trail. And then after COVID had ended, then we had set foot down at Devon House as the center for gastronomy, the first place that was named. I wanted to understand with the academy that has been recently implemented, what are the plans that we have for agribusiness and our culinary landscape locally? Because I'm hearing a lot of exports, I'm hearing a lot of it. My main problem as a chef restaurateur over the years is the consistent, I would want to say, issue of getting the tourists from out of the hotel, out of the wonderful experience that they're having on property, to actually show them what Jamaica is. We've seen where our food has taken a global impact very recently in Jamaican and Caribbean food and flavor, becoming very popular within the past couple of years. So I wanted to know if there are any plans that we have through agribusiness directly into the culinary landscape.
It's a really good question, I think. But great point, and the good news, simple answer is yes. The Gastronomy Institute that the Minister launched just about 2 months ago is exactly to develop that. So we have a balancing act to do in tourism. The visitors will come and they have their particular tastes and so on. But they are also here in our country where we have our culinary delights and so on. And we need to not just have only our stuff, because if it's foreign to them and they don't know, we have some of their stuff that we do well, and then we introduce them to what we do well here. And thankfully, as you said, what we do here is becoming more and more popular And so that's our mantra of trying to, well, having the confidence of what we have naturally and what we develop here is outstanding. It's not like we have to be begging people to taste it or begging people to try it. When they try it, they're whoopie gaga.
Right, I just wanted to see as best as possible. It's something that we Jamaicans have spoken about for the longest while. The problem that we've always said that Jamaica is not a safe place, and that's one of the main reasons why we don't get them out of the hotels. But
as we get safer, and as we have more Airbnbs and so on, that provide the opportunity for experiential tourism. So that, because the all-inclusive provide a value to the, what I call the vacationer. This person, the visitor who wants to just vacate their home and their jobs and their cold country and their concrete jungle and just come here, one time paid, everything is paid for, and then told in the sand and a pina colada and everything.
Outside of the beach,
they're happy as a lamb. But you have another type of visitor, which is a traveler, whose value is not in the pina colada in their hand in the sand. The value is immersing themselves in the culture. Is extracting from this new sight and sound and people and Jamaica is rich with it. But the problem is when we had a high crime rate, it automatically prevented every travel agent and so on is recommending them, funneling them into the hotels where they're guaranteed more safety. And now that we're getting safer and safer, it's an opportunity for us as Jamaicans, because we have access to them through our smartphones, social media. It's no longer the window to the world, only being JTV ads and so on. No, everybody has a window to the market to showcase the beauty that we have here, the opportunities we have here, the culinary delights that we have here.
Well, there's a time comes.
It's almost left up to us to get them to start flowing and experiencing Jamaica.
I'm going to jump in.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate the passion from the floor. It means that we're all going to be very popular people when we go out to lunch. I hope that we definitely are. I cannot have such a beautiful master of ceremonies waiting on feet for so long. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The problems that we identified are all soluble. We're on our way if we go there together and we commit to the path of taking advantage of that opportunity in linkages for tourism from.
Put your hands together, please, for Mr. Christopher Tenny, the moderator, Vice President of Investment and Linkages, and our panelists. Thank you so much to our CEO of the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, Ms. Kelly Dawn Hamilton, and our panelist, Dr. Kerry Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and Mr. David Fairburn, our VP of the Best Dressed Chicken. And with that, we come to the end of our morning to afternoon session. It is now lunchtime, and so we're inviting you down to the exhibition hall to eat together as one big family in agriculture. The rest of the day's sessions, we have a panel discussion right after lunch, which will happen in that exhibition hall as well. And for the other two information sessions, you will be informed where those sessions will be done inside the exhibition hall. So you will eat in the exhibition hall, have your next panel discussion in the exhibition hall, so you don't have to come back here. All right? So thank you so much. Enjoy lunch, and I'll see you in the exhibition hall. Thank you.
You want to eat and then come back and pull down, or you want to go and pull down and because I'm the dinner? Well, let me find out if they can get out. Let me find out.